never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Talks on raising the debt ceiling are set to resume on Monday at the White House.
Now it's time for the other side to move from their extreme positions, because much of what they've already proposed is simply, quite frankly, unacceptable.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he spoke with President Biden on Sunday as he left the G7 summit in Japan. Aboard Air Force One, Biden tweeted, he's proposed over $1 trillion in spending cuts, and Republicans will have to compromise some of their demands. Biden is also stepping up his efforts for Ukraine.
President Biden unveiled a new $375 million military aid package during his meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the weekend G7 summit in Japan. It includes ammunition, artillery, and military vehicles. American-made F-16 fighter jets are headed to Ukraine in the coming months as well. Biden said he does not think it will escalate the war with Russia.
I have a flat assurance from Zelensky that they will not use it to go on and move into Russian geographic territory.
He reiterated U.S. support for Ukraine and announced new sanctions on Russia that he said would keep pressure on Putin and his backers. I'm Jeremy Scott.
As South Carolina Senator Tim Scott plans to kick off his presidential run on Monday, Scott now has the endorsement of South Dakota Senator John Thune, CNN reports. Thune, the number 2 Senate Republican, is expected to deliver the opening prayer at the launch event in North Charleston. A launch of a different kind, a SpaceX rocket successfully blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida Sunday afternoon with a live crew. 4 passengers, including 3 paying for the journey, are now headed to the International Space Station. It marks just the second all-private mission to the orbiting outpost. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family? But who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
A former U.S. Marine detained in Russia is remaining hopeful about his return home. Paul Whelan told CNN that he's positive and confident that the wheels are turning toward his release. He adds that he's been told that the U.S. government is working tirelessly to get him out. The ex-Marine has been in a Russian jail since 2018 and was sentenced to 16 years in prison on an espionage charge that he denies. A father is dead and 2 kids are injured after a grenade exploded inside an Indiana home. Authorities say it happened Saturday when the family was looking through a grandfather's belongings and found the hand grenade. It went off when someone reportedly pulled the pin. Air travel is expected to return to pre-pandemic levels this Memorial Day weekend.
AAA is predicting air travel over Memorial Day weekend will be busier this year than it was pre-COVID, signaling a true return to travel levels not seen since before the pandemic. About 3.4 million Americans are expected to fly over the holiday weekend, which is an 11% increase over last year. It's also nearly 5.5% increase since 2019 before the COVID pandemic. AAA expects this to be the busiest Memorial Day weekend since 2000, when they first started tracking travel numbers. I'm Skip Kelly.
For the third time in his career, Brooks Koepka is the winner of the PGA Championship. Koepka finished at 9 under par from the Oak Hill Country Club in Rochester, New York. It is Koepka's 5th major title. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, my, say it isn't so. Is weekend over already? Yeah, based on what I'm seeing here, according to the clock in the calendar, yep, we cross over the midnight hour, close out a Sunday, and here comes Monday. Ah, yes, everybody's favorite day. What do we got here? 22nd day of May. And it kind of creeped up on us. I didn't even realize. Yeah, Memorial Day weekend is upon us next weekend. I was thinking it was still a couple of weeks away. But oh boy, so we started looking ahead toward what will, as we just heard in the news break, undoubtedly be a big-time travel weekend. Of course, forecasts are always subject to change, but as we roll into a Monday, current model depictions say it could be a bit of a wet holiday weekend in the cards for parts of the Northeast. And forecasters kind of looking ahead to the next chance for rain, an area that's generally been dry. So we'll kind of break it down coming up here. And like I said, the forecast is always subject to change, but especially when you're this far out. But as far as currently speaking, it's a pretty darn good night for moving freight. I mean, clear conditions on the eastern half of the country. Hard-pressed to find any precip. You have to go head down toward central Florida, find a little bit of rain in the mix, nothing widespread. Yeah, first area of showers is back in the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Spotty showers and thunderstorms between Lubbock and Amarillo. North of Amarillo, pretty decent cluster of showers. And some pockets of heavier rain. Right through the north-central Texas, westernmost Oklahoma Panhandle into southwestern portions of Kansas there. Elsewhere out west, it's just spotty showers. Nothing as far as severe weather in the mix tonight. As the case was pretty much through the entire weekend as the wildfires in western Canada continue to burn. Some air quality advisories tonight or for your Monday. Much of Montana has been dealing with the smoky conditions out there. But meanwhile, looking ahead to the upcoming week, prior to what's expected to be some weekend rain, we're talking for the Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, things have been very dry. It's about, rainfall 10% of historical averages or less in a number of the big cities in the Northeast. Yeah, Boston, New York City, Washington, D.C. Yeah, rainfall for much of that region as a whole is 25% of historical average or less. So very dry. The recent dryness is also reflective in the drought status across the eastern U.S., where there's a half a dozen pockets of abnormally dry areas, according to the Drought Monitor. While mostly dry conditions will persist most of this week, not everyone will be rain-free. We'll have a few waves of atmospheric energy pushing into the Northeast here in the first half of the week. Both Monday and Tuesday, a few sporadic showers or thunderstorms could pop up in the higher elevations of Pennsylvania, New York, and southwestern New England. Also, there's going to be a front expected to sweep from the Great Lakes to the Atlantic coast on Wednesday, and that's going to bring some rounds of showers. Behind that rain, a new Canadian air mass moves in. It's going to bring another round of dry air, but cooler conditions once again. Looking ahead toward Thursday, Friday, temperatures forecast to be below average for this time of year. Highs in Pittsburgh expected to be in the middle to upper 60s. Albany, New York, one afternoon you may even struggle to reach the 60 mark. And those early morning low temperatures are going to be pretty extreme. Widespread temperatures, upper 30s, lower 40s later this week, from Virginia to Michigan and on up into Maine. Yeah, some spots could actually see temperatures approaching the freezing mark for at least one morning. It's not out of the question some of those normally colder spots could see some frost or even a freeze here in the final days of May. For those in the Northeast who've already planted some of the more sensitive vegetation, yeah, you may have to cover those, protect those crops and flowers both Wednesday and Thursday nights. So it looks like a moderation of temperatures as the week closes out and the holiday weekend approaches. However, the impending warm-up does not mean the holiday weekend will stay dry. Yeah, the same. There is going to be a coastal storm they're going to be watching as well, which will break more on that down coming up. It could possibly become a tropical rainstorm, bringing rounds of drenching rainfall stretching from the southeast, from Florida to the Carolinas later this week, that's likely to track up the eastern seaboard through the Memorial Day weekend. Now, we're still a good ways off. Should that storm stay closer to the east coast, rain will be likely to douse the beaches from the mid-Atlantic all the way into New England. If it tracks a little further east, most of the Northeast could stay dry, could for the holiday weekend. So those hoping to make some of those outdoor plans for Memorial Day weekend, which millions of America do, obviously we'll have to keep checking back. Forecasters will be monitoring the development again of possibly a tropical system for the southeast and the eastern seaboard. So welcome into a Monday. How was the weekend? I see Kyle Larson made it into victory lane. How about that? Kyle Larson's third victory in this past day's All-Star race. A case of absolute dominance, according to NASCAR. Kind of a case study in strategy at the revitalized North Wilkesboro Speedway, with the eventual winning move made on lap 18 of 200. Yes, that early in the race, Kyle Larson took control and pretty much never looked back. Yeah, that was when Kyle Larson's crew chief called his driver to the pits under caution for a fresh set of tires, even though he incurred a speeding penalty exiting pit road and restarted from the rear. He charged through the field on new rubber. It took the lead once again on lap number 55, and from that point, it was game over. Now, having previously won all-star races at Charlotte and Texas, Larson is the only driver to win the $1 million top prize at 3 different venues. So he is now tied with Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon for second most victories in the exhibition event. One behind Jimmy Johnson with 4 all-star races. Not only that, the win gave Larson a sweep of NASCAR events at the Reborn short track there over the weekend. Starting things off on Saturday, he won the Craftsman Truck Series race and their return to North Wilkesboro for the first time since 1996. So how about that? Just a sweep of a weekend for Kyle Larson. No matter what he was behind the wheel of, they were dialed in. So tip of the hat, congratulations. I did get to see the Truck Series race there on Saturday. Did not get an opportunity to watch, obviously, Sunday's race. Had a pretty busy weekend, this past day. Yeah, it was originally planned for Saturday, but little Aubrey, whose 3rd birthday was the previous weekend, we had to wait a few extra days to have her little birthday celebration this past day. So, 3 years old now and just a little Spitfire. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, crew. Joe Biden tested negative for president at the G7 summit. making the United States look bad. Go figure. 5-7, copy the mail. Hello, Marianne. Hope you had a good weekend. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Starting the week right, listening to the overnight drive. Welcome aboard. Dave, hello there. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Then copy the mail from down here in Palatka, Florida. Had lots of rain and some storms today, but it was really warm here all day. Cooled down a little bit. Just wanted to say hello and say hi to all my Penske friends. I don't know. I'm still down here enjoying retirement. Going to sit back, copy the mail. That's actually Cracker Box. Hello, Cracker Box. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. There's Larry on board. Give us an update. How did that barbecue competition go over the weekend? Good evening, Steve. Hello to James and all the drivers. 65, Barnesville, Minnesota. Everybody drive safe out there. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 60 degrees in Carthage, Missouri. How cool was it to see NASCAR back at North Wilkesboro Speedway? I really liked the old school look at the track and a good race. Hot blonde wife was finally got behind the wheel of her car and got to drive this weekend. Went pretty well. However, she was very sore. And to be out and about all day, it wears her out pretty quick. So we've got a ways to go. But I've got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked for tonight as I enjoy Steve Summers on the 72-inch Vizio. Oh, boy. A special Show Me stage shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss Compound here in southwest Missouri. All right, Roy is on board, Northwest Illinois, 63 degrees tonight. I want to see, I'm looking at 55 outside the Secret Bunker, clear skies here in southwest Ohio. As we kick off a new week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who else we got checking in here? There's Dipsy. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. A clear 55 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Let's have a great Monday. Hello to Todd Wheeler. Hello from Bethel, Pennsylvania. Good morning. Pappy is on board. Double nickel, temperature-wise, on the cruiser dash cam. Let's get this week started. Weather's looking mighty fine for the week ahead, which he has another week almost entirely off. That said, let's let it roll. Hammer down. Be safe. Are you with me? Well, speaking of, are you with me? Yeah, I saw Big Ed had posted yesterday. So he about wrote a book, sharing his quest out there to get a delivery done. Maybe I'll scroll through and share some of that with you, but he explains the story of how he's come up with a new name for his truck. His truck's name is now Candyman. How'd he come up with that? Well, as I said, he explains, but yeah, I mean, I see he's going to bed about the time we kick things off most nights. So that's why we don't hear from Ed much, but one of these days he'll get back with us. Hello to Rockpick, Morning Steve, truck drivers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. It's 55 as well, Rochester, New York. Happy Monday for all those hard-working Americans out there. Hey, we're just 120 hours away from the weekend. It's a Monday morning. Rumble is not up. All right, they've been having an issue. Apparently, their schedule, if they've got us on like Monday through Friday, it's Sunday night for them. And I'll have to get a hold of Josh or whoever's handling the tech side up there, because, I think that's pretty regular. Not up on Monday mornings, are we? All right, we'll look to get that resolved. My apologies. Steve says, hello, Steve, from Ottawa. Good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 70 degrees. Got back up about 11 p.m. last night and was up relatively early with a couple of daughters, tickling my feet. Well, that's a good morning. Went to a gymnastics recital for one of them, after which I went to the stepson's house. After stopping by the store to get some groceries, and he cooked the perfect steak. He and I made pasta salad, grilled and sautéed zucchini and squash. Finished everything off with a piece of cheesecake. That was a good weekend dinner there, right? Yummy, yummy. All right, going to probably stay local here in Ackworth this week, but have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Very good. Can't be talking about steak dinners this time of night. Everybody's belly's grumbling. Hello to Jack. Morning, Steve, and all my fellow drivers. Just went clear out here in Kettering. 59 degrees. Headed back to the beautiful Queen City. If you see me coming down South 75, get out of the hammer lane. Nothing but love for all you. Stay safe, and God bless. All right, heading into the Queen City. Let's see. He also said, hey, that rookie, Ty Gibbs, also did pretty good in that race this past evening. All right, and we roll into a Monday. It is 844-3388. Yes, and I see that, Pappy. Don't say that 3 times. Candyman. I remember that scary film, Candyman. Oh, don't say it 3 times. What else we got going on here? We'll get to some of our industry headlines. Coming up here, several interesting tidbits to throw your way. And we've got a DA of the Week nominee. A lot of talk in regards to how to keep truck drivers, driver retention. And it's been a debate as old as time, right? If you'll pay them, they will stay, right? To keep truck drivers in the industry, there has to be good working conditions and competitive wages. Pretty simple as that. Those are the keys to driver retention. Now, OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh was speaking before the House Subcommittee last month. You're talking about the large trucking companies, yet not keeping their end of the bargain, though. instead of a truck driver shortage. They contend these turnover rates of 90% or higher at these large fleets is a result of low pay and an industry culture that makes it difficult for truckers to even find a place to park or use the restroom. You know, if we consider the facts, he said, truckers struggle to find a safe place to park, wasting nearly an hour of productive time every day searching for a place to rest. It routinely denied access to restrooms at the facilities where they pick up and deliver. I know it's like old hat for most of us, but we share a little bit more how to maintain the drivers. Yeah, there's the talk of removing the overtime exemption as well, and the latest on the truck parking issue. And then an update on a story that, hard to believe, that goes back nearly 10 years ago now. We're going all the way back to 2014. Remember that incredibly a multi-million-dollar verdict against Werner Enterprises? Yeah, that's still in the courts, and the update looks like the appeals court affirms that $100 million verdict.
USA News Update. Talks on raising the debt ceiling are set to resume at the White House on Monday. On Sunday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy spoke to President Biden on his way home from Japan. McCarthy described the conversation as productive. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis reportedly plans to make his presidential bid official as early as Wednesday. He's widely considered to be the most viable GOP challenger to former President Trump. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is expected to throw his hat into the ring on Monday. Brian Kohberger, accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death, is due in court Monday for arraignment. He remains jailed while maintaining his innocence. Beyoncé and Jay-Z are in the record books. They purchased a $200 million house in Malibu, California. It's the most expensive home sale in the state's history. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. 800-913-5404 now. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call in.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here with you. We always enjoy answering the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-913-5404.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now to speak with a live agent for free. Call 800-913-5404.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Another thing that just crossed my mind, realizing that Memorial Day weekend, that's a big weekend for race fans. Next Sunday, of course, it'll be time for the Indy 500. I had all but forgotten about that. So you say they had qualified over the weekend. The field has been set. Alex Palou, if that's the way you pronounce his last name. Is it Paolo or Palou? Nonetheless, he will lead the field to green in the Indianapolis 500 after the young Spaniard put together the fastest four-lap pole run in history this past day, giving Chip Ganassi Racing their third consecutive pole in the greatest spectacle in racing. Now, this is the same guy that won the road course race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway last weekend, whipped around 4 laps at the historic 2.5-mile speedway at an average of 234.217 miles per hour. Now, that was a mere 7/1000ths of a second faster than VK. The guy that previously held the fastest pole run in history. All right, he said he's just super happy. He surpassed the previous record pole run, which was 234.046 miles per hour that Ganassi's teammate Scott Dixon put up last year. It was also the second fastest qualifying effort. Trailing only Ari Luyendyk, who put up a 236.986, which had set the day after pole qualifying in 1996. All right, so that doesn't stand as the pole qualifying record because it was the day after. But all right, so of course that's a big day because you got 500 miles at Indianapolis, then you head on over for, is it still the Coca-Cola 600? I don't even know what they call it anymore, but all right, we'll have to pull that up for you here. Meanwhile, it is, again, 844-844-3388. Well, I saw your post about 12, 13 hours ago. A lady heat wave was headed to the hospital. Morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Yeah, we're beating feet from Salt Lake to Denver, and then from Denver we're going to Albuquerque. Not really a whole lot to report. Apparently, she had the 1,000-yard stare, where she was looking through my daughter whenever my daughter was talking to her. Not really responsive in a coherent way. So yeah, they called the ambulance, took her to the University of New Mexico Hospital. I finally got a hold of a doctor up there after I had talked to the lady Heat Wave. She was really kind of upset. And I said, well, what's the matter? She says, well, I must have been brought up here to the hospital by a semi. Like, excuse me? Did I hear that right? You know, and she kept on insisting that she was in a semi truck that had brought her to the hospital. And she was texting me some stuff that just really did not make any sense.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a hold of the doctor, the physician that was attending her, and said that they think she has an infection. Prior to her going and prior to me being on the road, she was complaining about falling down, like going to the bathroom or just walking out of the room. She would lose her balance and fall down, having a hard time breathing. Apparently, I brought home a cold, and it didn't hit me near as hard as what it hit her. So she was supposed to have had a team of doctors looking at her about 7 o'clock this past evening, and I haven't heard anything back from them. But I did say she's a little hard-headed and stubborn, and she may just decide to get up and get out of there. And they're like, don't you worry about that. There's no way she's getting out of here. So I was glad to hear that. But, yeah, that's all I've heard so far. And I do appreciate the prayers and the well-wishing and the kind words from the audience. I do appreciate it. And my wife, I'm sure when she finally comes to full coherence, she'll appreciate it as well. I mean, Steve,
it's got to be kind of. It's got to be kind of. I don't know. Is it kind of scary being out there? I mean, so you're out on the road. You're hundreds of miles away, and you can't be there, and you're just waiting for the phone to ring. How's that make you feel?
You know, they say, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And with the University of New Mexico healthcare system, by them not calling me and giving me a whole lot to think about or digest, I'm thinking the worst, but I'm praying for the best. It's nerve rattling. I mean, end of March, 1st of April, she's there at the Baptist Health Hospital there in Louisville, Kentucky. I mean, good night. It just nightmares all over again. It's trying times, to say the least. Very trying.
Yeah.
And it's just a feeling of helplessness that you can't do nothing because you're so far away. And even if I were there in the hospital room with her, it would still be a feeling of helplessness because I don't know what I could do that would be able to help her, in her recovery from whatever it is that she has this time around. So, I mean, all I could be is moral support, but it's tough. And, you have to laugh about it because crying just ain't going to make it any better. So I just got to try to keep a, happy mind and just, pray for the best. So other than that, well, what did Jackass Joe give away at the G7 conference?
You know what? I don't really have much of anything in my prep from the G7. Maybe I'll have to find something to add in there, but I figure you just probably mumbled and stumbled and bumbled over there.
Well, we know he misstepped going down the steps. I mean, it seemed like that was the biggest thing the cameras were panning and hoping for, and boy, he didn't fail to deliver there. Yeah, I tell you what, the next election cannot get here soon enough. We have got to absolutely get somebody in there that knows what in the hell they're doing and righting this ship. Because if the Democrats get it again for another 4 years, we might as well just go ahead and throw our hands up and surrender. Because we're such easy targets right now. I fear to think of just how much more easier of a target we're going to be with that man in the White House for another 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, other than that, Senor, I haven't been listening to the news. I've really not been listening to Fox News. I just don't know what to believe anymore from any news source. And if I could have was it Newsmax? Is that
Correct.
the
yes,
one that
Newsmax.
Yeah.
Yep.
If they were on XM, I'd be listening to them instead. Because I think them and was it OAN, One America News, haven't heard much about them lately. I mean, in the past, it seemed like that they were the newest conservative source of news out there.
Correct.
That was fair and balanced, but I really haven't heard a whole lot out of them. So I just hope they didn't get silenced by the left, the quote tolerant left unquote. The only thing they got tolerance for is themselves. They don't like any opposition to their ways of thinking. That's the forest fire up in Canada. All the people on the East Coast are griping and complaining about the pollution that they can see and inhale now. And it's like, the one of the weather people, meteorologists, had said, well, this is the reason why everybody on the East Coast is experiencing the smoky conditions. And he mentioned the jet stream and the prevailing winds that blow down from Canada into the east. Now, if these people here in the States would think about that, China is basically doing the same thing with their coal plants. Their emissions are coming over us because it is the jet stream. Russia, they're doing the same thing. India, those are three dirty countries right there. And if they think spending $54 trillion to make us zero carbon, good Lord. The guy didn't even have an answer, like you were saying last Friday morning. How much, if we spent that much money, how much would that affect, the temperature of the earth? Well, we don't know.
Yeah.
And what kind of jackasses do we have running this country? Obviously, that there's no one with common sense up there. We can't be the world savior out here. One, we don't have that kind of money. Everyone's either going to have to do a little bit of something, or we're going to have to just revert back to making, petroleum and coal our fuel of choice to make the power that we're going to need. We know how to burn coal cleanly, or what we can use, like lignite. That's a clean burning coal. We've got filters. We can make coal burning plants cleaner. Natural gas plants, you can't get any cleaner than that. Nuclear energy, we know how to take care of the nuclear plants and produce it safely. It's just amazing. I'm not a college educated guy. All I got is a high school degree, and then the rest of my learning is from the School of Hard Knocks. If I can figure this stuff out, why in the hell can't people with diplomas from highfalutin colleges over there, why can't they figure that out? I don't know. Maybe I'm asking for too much.
All right. Can't overthink it, but yeah.
Exactly.
And the reason,
well, I'm glad to hear.
and the
Oh,
reason
go
they
ahead.
didn't, the reason they didn't have an answer for how much it's going to reduce, if we spend 50 trillion, separate stories, which I shared last week. The global temperature has increased like 0.5 degrees Celsius in the past 100 years, I think it was. And the United States is responsible for 13% of total, quote, global warming or carbon emissions. So 13% of 0.5 that's what the reduction would be for $50 trillion.
Amazing. Did they even think about natural phenomena like volcanic eruptions
Correct.
or, forest fires or these car batteries that catch on fire that just absolutely throw a thick black haze of smoke out there? I don't think so. I don't think they're doing that. So, well, Aubrey turned 3. Happy birthday, little squirt. Hope you have many, many, many more. So, all right. Well, Senor, other than that, I'll go ahead and hang up. And if I think of anything else or hear of anything else, I'll give y'all a heads up. And
All
again,
right.
thank y'all very much for y'all's support out there.
All
Have a
right.
good night.
Yep. Thinking about Lady Heat Wave. All right. Get home as quick as you can. All right. Well, he said, well, are they thinking about, natural issues? How about a volcano? Well, there was, as a matter of fact, over the weekend, a volcanic eruption, and the alert level has been raised, and this is in Mexico. The Benito Juarez International Airport in Mexico City had shut down operations. They resumed operations Saturday after flights were suspended due to volcanic ash. After removing the volcanic ash, checking the runways, and verifying favorable wind conditions, they resumed takeoff and landing operations. Check with your airline for the status of your flight, they said at that point in time. But operations at that airport ceased about 4:25 in the morning, leaving flights suspended for more than 5 hours. Some flights were delayed while others were just canceled. The volcano, it's about 45 miles from Mexico City. Now, it's been active since 1994. It's regularly monitored by scientists due to its proximity to the 22 million residents there in Mexico City. Airport officials were not the only ones closing up shop due to volcanic activity. Numerous villages in the region forced to cancel schools due to the falling ash. This volcano is known as El Popo locally. Became active in 1994 after a long period of dormancy. Since then, it has occasionally launched toxic fumes and rock into the air during those periods of activity. But again, they have upped the alert status for this particular volcano, expecting we could see possibly a larger eruption. With that, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Monday. Let's see, Dipsy Driver says, prayers for Lady Heatwave. He said something similar happened to his wife. Turned out she actually had salmonella poisoning from a custard-filled donut. Yeah, she was making no sense talking or texting to her mom. Her mom contacted me and said, get her to the ER, which I did. She ended up 2 days in intensive care. Wow. All right, on to the land down under. Hello, Peter. Good day. Good day, Steve, he says, and all the listeners out there. How are y'all doing this fine Monday? All right, let me get back to the we're talking a $100 million verdict against Werner Enterprises. Last Thursday, the 14th Court of Appeals in Texas ruled en banc bench that Werner is liable for more than $100 million for the crash that killed one child and left another a quadriplegic. Now, what's bizarre about this story, and I'll kind of refresh it for you, it's the whole question about the truck driver didn't actually do anything wrong. Now, the full Court of Appeals order stems from a lawsuit filed by the family of 7-year-old Zachary Blake and Brianna Blake. Zachary was killed in the crash. Brianna, who was 12 at the time, was rendered a quadriplegic. Going back December 14th of 2014, in the days before Christmas, the Blakes were traveling east on I-20 in Texas in a pickup truck. Weather conditions started to get worse, coating the windshield of the pickup truck with ice. Now, while traveling 50, 60 miles per hour, a car ahead of them began to fishtail, and the driver lost control, careened across the grass median, entering the westbound lanes. At which point in time, Shiraz Ali was driving a truck for Werner going westbound. Now, he was driving below the speed limit when the pickup truck began to spin. Also present in the Werner truck was Jeff Ackerman, a more senior Werner driver trainer. Ali quickly reacted within half a second, hitting the brakes. Now, even the Blake's expert witness conceded Ali's reaction was very quick and appropriate to conditions. During the trial, it was revealed that westbound I-20 was not slick like the eastbound lanes due to heavier traffic and melting the ice with the friction and the heat. Of course, with the crash reducing traffic and weather conditions worsening, some areas of the westbound lanes became icy. Regardless, the Texas DOT felt conditions were safe enough to keep the interstate open. Witnesses stated that even though they felt no one should have been driving on I-20 that day, they did not fault Ali for the crash. So according to the court documents, the Blakes based their case on the theory that the truck driver, who received substantial training and was a licensed commercial driver, should not have been on I-20 that day, despite the fact that it was still open to public travel. This somehow was argued while successfully objecting to evidence that Salinas was the driver of the pickup, or the truck rather, lacked a valid driver's license. Now, the Blakes' argument, backed by an expert, someone with no legal or regulatory experience and never been employed in the trucking industry in 30 years. The expert claimed that truck drivers should have been going about 15 miles per hour or have stopped due to the icy conditions. Now, hold that thought. We'll pick up there after a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Talks on raising the debt ceiling are set to resume on Monday at the White House.
Now it's time for the other side to move from their extreme positions, because much of what they've already proposed is simply, quite frankly, unacceptable.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he spoke with President Biden on Sunday as he left the G7 summit in Japan. Aboard Air Force One, Biden tweeted, he's proposed over $1 trillion in spending cuts, and Republicans will have to compromise some of their demands. Biden is also stepping up his efforts for Ukraine.
President Biden unveiled a new $375 million military aid package during his meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the weekend G7 summit in Japan. It includes ammunition, artillery, and military vehicles. American-made F-16 fighter jets are headed to Ukraine in the coming months as well. Biden said he does not think it will escalate the war with Russia.
I have a flat assurance from Zelensky that they will not use it to go on and move into Russian geographic territory.
He reiterated U.S. support for Ukraine and announced new sanctions on Russia that he said would keep pressure on Putin and his backers. I'm Jeremy Scott.
As South Carolina Senator Tim Scott plans to kick off his presidential run on Monday, Scott now has the endorsement of South Dakota Senator John Thune, CNN reports. Thune, the number 2 Senate Republican, is expected to deliver the opening prayer at the launch event in North Charleston. A launch of a different kind, a SpaceX rocket successfully blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida Sunday afternoon with a live crew. 4 passengers, including 3 paying for the journey, are now headed to the International Space Station. It marks just the second all-private mission to the orbiting outpost. This is USA News.
So, you need life insurance, right? Protection for your family, but who has time to meet with an agent? You're busy. But what if there was a better way? A way to protect your family, your loved ones, make sure you can send your kids to college, keep the family home, no matter what happens? Well, you can. With no agent visit, no medical exam, no blood work, none of the stuff that makes life insurance a hassle. Go to ethosliferadio.com. That's ethosliferadio.com. Ethos Life Radio is a 100% online buying platform for life insurance powered by Ethos. We match you after a simple online interview with a life insurance policy that matches your needs at the best price. EthosLifeRadio.com shops your policy to over 100 carriers instantly to get you the best price. And best of all, EthosLifeRadio.com is a marketplace. This is not a lead source. Your information will not just be sold with endless emails, calls, and texts. We give you the opportunity to buy life insurance online. Simple, in less than 15 minutes online, with no medical exam if you qualify. Do the right thing for your family today. Go to EthosLifeRadio.com. EthosLifeRadio.com.
A former U.S. Marine detained in Russia is remaining hopeful about his return home. Paul Whelan told CNN that he's positive and confident that the wheels are turning toward his release. He adds that he's been told that the U.S. government is working tirelessly to get him out. The ex-Marine has been in a Russian jail since 2018 and was sentenced to 16 years in prison on an espionage charge that he denies. A father is dead and 2 kids are injured after a grenade exploded inside an Indiana home. Authorities say it happened Saturday when the family was looking through a grandfather's belongings and found the hand grenade. It went off when someone reportedly pulled the pin. Air travel is expected to return to pre-pandemic levels this Memorial Day weekend.
AAA is predicting air travel over Memorial Day weekend will be busier this year than it was pre-COVID, signaling a true return to travel levels not seen since before the pandemic. About 3.4 million Americans are expected to fly over the holiday weekend, which is an 11% increase over last year. It's also nearly 5.5% increase since 2019 before the COVID pandemic. AAA expects this to be the busiest Memorial Day weekend since 2000, when they first started tracking travel numbers. I'm Skip Kelly.
For the 3rd time in his career, Brooks Koepka is the winner of the PGA Championship. Koepka finished at 9 under par from the Oak Hill Country Club in Rochester, New York. It is Koepka's 5th major title. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, on a Back to Work Monday. Work our way into the 22nd day of May. Trust you had a good weekend. I'm going to get back to the rest of the story there. Kind of rehashing from 10 years ago, which is it's kind of flabbergasting. How can the trucking company be responsible when they didn't do anything wrong? Is the big question. But again, more on that just ahead here Yeah, I mentioned later this week, possibility of maybe some tropical development. Well, technically hurricane season gets underway first day of June, so it's almost right on schedule. This would be the time of year. But they say pre-season tropical developments, it's been all the rage in recent years. Following a post-verified storm in January, forecasters currently closely monitoring waters in the southeastern U.S. here for the last week of May and into early June. Either way, in lieu of any tropical development, an extended period of stormy weather is indeed in store, they tell us. All right, when forecasters released their first forecast for this 23 Atlantic hurricane season, they were expressing concern for more preseason and early season development possible near the southern U.S. coast. But, of course, while hurricane season doesn't officially begin till June 1, a tropical system in May, it's not rare by any means. Since 2010, a majority of years have seen a tropical depression or storm during the month of May. We may actually continue that trend. The most recent May tropical storm was Anna back in 2021. Kind of formed and dissipated within a few hundred miles of Bermuda. Actually had two tropical systems in May of 2020. But they look at the water temperatures around Florida, generally ranging from the 70s to lower 80s. That's warm enough to support tropical development. 77, 78 degrees, it's pretty much agreed on as the cutoff amongst most meteorologists for full tropical development. Now, the pattern we're under, rising air generated by a low-pressure system will cause pockets of showers and thunderstorms to erupt over land and sea areas in the region. Any one of those clusters could slowly develop some circulation and evolve into a tropical or maybe subtropical system. Forecasters have given a low chance of development along the southern Atlantic coast this week, starting on Tuesday, the 23rd through the 28th. It's possible more than one system may actually try to form over that time period. Anyway, if anything does develop, what's our first names on the list for the Atlantic season? Arlene would be the A storm, Brett, B-R-E-T, the B storm. Again, regardless of whether disturbances in this pattern are linked to the tropics or not, impacts along the southern Atlantic coast could be pretty disruptive for outdoor activities in the days leading up to none less than the extended Memorial Day weekend. I just can't help but kind of wonder, timing-wise with this, if it may actually impact some of the racing activities next weekend for the 600, the longest race in the NASCAR season. Areas of rain, gusty thunderstorms, and building seas, rough surf. Likely as this broad area of low pressure develops over the region this week, downpours and thunderstorm activity will extend well beyond the southern Atlantic coast and maybe as far to the west as the southern Appalachians, the central Gulf Coast, and maybe into the Carolinas. The counterclockwise circulation around this broad area of low pressure will create long-lasting, stiff onshore winds along portions of the southern Atlantic and the Florida Gulf coasts. Maybe not the best time for beach activities. Rough seas, building surf, frequent, strong rip currents. It's possible the red flags go up. Swimming may be prohibited at some of the beaches due to the dangerous conditions. Beach erosion, coastal flooding at times of high tide, likely in some communities. Some of this could require extensive repair by officials leading into the heart of the summer vacation season. In addition to the just generally unsettled conditions, any tropical system could make matters much worse at a local level in terms of rain, wind, and rough surf. Should a full-blown tropical or subtropical storm make landfall, we may be talking power outages, property damage, strong winds, maybe tornadoes or water spouts that's been ashore. So they're advising already coastal communities, offshore fishing interest, cruising, and shipping interest need to pay close attention to the progress of this situation here in the final week of May. So again, Mother Nature pretty much right on cue this year. All right, getting back to the $100 million verdict being upheld against Werner Enterprises. Now again, the so-called expert claimed that truckers should drive at 15 miles per hour and stop driving when possible whenever ice is present on the road, regardless of traction or visibility. During the trial, the jury heard the following facts. 2 weeks before the collision with the Blake's vehicle, the truck driver, Ollie, received his second lowest possible score on an evaluation from a Werner supervisor, an 8 out of 21. He knew he was driving in freezing rain, and there was black ice at the scene of the collision with the Blakes. It was like a skating rink. Ollie drove past the collision Texas Department of Public Safety state trooper who was working 4.5 minutes before they collided with the Blakes. Now, the Texas Department of Public Safety officer testified that he traveled to the site of Ollie's condition with the Blakes, westbound on I-20, and recalled with 100% certainty that the roads were indeed icy. A local tow truck driver was driving between 10 and 15 miles per hour on I-20 that day due to the weather conditions. Despite these conditions, they say Ollie was driving his 18-wheeler at approximately 43 miles per hour at the time of the collision with the Blakes. Now, his Werner supervisor, who was in the truck with him, was asleep at the time of the collision. Werner's director of safety testified that even with low scores, Ollie had a commercial driver's license from the state of Texas, so he could drive a truck by himself without anybody else in it. Now, I also pointed out during the trial there were at least 10 truck stops at which Ollie could have stopped between Midland and Odessa, Texas. Section 2.6.2 in the Texas CDL manual instructs drivers to reduce their speed to a crawl when they encounter icy roads. Well, what is a crawl? A crawl in the trucking industry, they say, means between 10 and 15 miles per hour. So with all that, indeed, he was safely traveling westbound, reacted as quickly as possible, seeing that vehicle crossing the median, coming into his lanes, but nonetheless, they uphold the $100 million judgment against Werner. That brings us, I guess, back to the old debate we've had so many times. At what point do you make that decision in those wintry driving conditions to get off the road? Many drivers say, if it's slick, I'm not going to risk it. But at the same time, we know, many of these companies, they're always pushing you. Yeah, get there, do what you got to do. Got to get that load there. Of course, obviously, I guess this is a perfect example of where it comes down to making decisions, personal responsibility. Is it worth your life? Is it worth other individuals' lives to continue pushing in those icy conditions? All right. Clear lines here on a Monday. It's a Monday. 844-844-3388. Hello to Debbie. Good morning, Steve. It's a nice morning here in Indiana. 58. Looks like we're going to warm up to 82 today. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Looking forward to my last 5 days with my little people at school before summer break rolls around. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver, the woodpecker. Have a magnificent Monday, as she says. Very good. Magnificent Monday. All right, Michigan Madman did chime in. He says, hey, everybody, please, if you would, keep me in your prayers. My surgery is Tuesday of this week at the University of Michigan. From the Michigan Madman. All right, so prayers for the Madman. But University of Michigan, Dipsy Driver said they're the best. All right, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. I heard that in the news break there. Craig said the heat wave was asking about what we give away in the G7. I heard him talking, you have more munitions, and I believe they said F-16s. Yeah, we're going to give Ukraine F-16 fighter jets. Craig said, I think I heard we gave another $360 million to Ukraine. My. And, undoubtedly the F-16s. You notice how they threw in there that Joe Biden said he was reassured by Zelensky that they will not use the F-16s to incur into Russian territory. They will just use them for defending Ukrainian territory. But all these moves just kind of incense Vladimir Putin more with each passing day. But yeah, that was a part of what unfolded there. It is 844-844-3388. Scott said, I remember sending you an email that you read on air about this whole Werner deal. The issue then was that a trainee was driving and the trainer was in the sleeper. And the thought was this could change how companies handled where the trainer could be when the trainee's driving, making them unable to operate as a team. It seems like I remember that email. But, yeah, it's a topic, again, it's been in the courts for 10 years now. And, I mean, undoubtedly, when you get a $90 million, $100 million verdict, you appeal that. I think they'll come back with less, but I don't know if there's any additional appeal options available to them. A $100 million verdict. Ouch. All right, yeah, let's see what's going on with Pappy here on a Back to Work Monday.
What's happening, Steve?
You ready for another extended vacation almost this week?
I am. Been a busy weekend.
Yeah, really?
Weather nice. Spring. Summer about ready to pop to us. Yes, sir. Hey, man, listen. When I train, Steve, I don't know how many officers I've trained in my career here. When we take crash reports, I mean, for the most part, the regular guys working the street here will just take minor to injury crash reports, but anything serious, especially a fatal, we got a traffic safety section that will come out and handle that investigation. But with that said, these insurance companies look to find for a percentage of the other driver that might be at fault. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
How they came up with a $100 million, this guy's in his lane of travel. And the other vehicle crossed the center line into his lane, and that semi struck that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So I guess what they were trying to somehow prove is that the semi should have been going 15 miles an hour instead of 40. If he would have been going 15, maybe it wouldn't have been a fatal crash. And maybe he shouldn't have been on the road at all due to the weather conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So on these crash reports we fill out, we got like Unit 1 and Unit 2. And for each unit, they will have contributing circumstances. You got to train these guys, man, that, when you're taking these crash reports, you got to kind of know what you're doing, because these insurance companies, man, get these crash reports, and if they can find another car at fault, whatever percentage that might be, that's less money they got to pay out. But that blows my mind, $100 million, man.
A couple of other tidbits out of the story. It said that there was a Texas Department of Public Safety trooper that testified, I guess, that defended the truck driver's actions. Trooper Villarreal, a 17-year veteran who investigated the accident, concluded, "This is truly an accident. Ali didn't do anything wrong, and there was nothing Ali could have done to avoid the collision." And that was signed off by a higher-ranking trooper who approved that crash report. The jury, they said, I guess this spent 4 years in the court. Jury in 2018 found Werner 70% liable, so the company, Ali, the truck driver, 14% liable, and Salina, the pickup driver, 16% liable. But he's the one that actually lost control and crossed the interstate.
Yeah, Steve, that blows my mind. It just goes to show you, man, that you just don't get a fair shake sometimes, man. How do you find that trucking company? 70%? Is that what you said?
70%, yes. So Werner owes nearly $92 million. The driver, Ali, owes nearly $13 million.
Yeah, good luck collecting that, I guess,
right?
On a trucker salary, right?
Yep.
I guess his trucking days are done. But that just, you know, some of these daggone attorneys, man, and you know what? That's another. You got these ambulance chasing attorneys, man. How do they look themselves in the mirror? You know, when they wake up and if they brush their teeth, how do they look at themselves when they do something like this to somebody, man? That's just, you know, listen, I get it, man. You know, you got a deceased kid and another one that's messed up for the rest of their lives. You know, and unfortunately, some people always got to find fault to somebody else, you know, when, you know, accidents happen. You know, the term for an accident is an unintended event.
Correct. Anyway, and when they're citing the truck driver was doing approximately 43, I mean, how fast was the pickup going to lose control and actually completely cross the median? I don't reckon he was only doing 10 or 15 either.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it, man. Unfortunate circumstance, I think, for this company and that driver.
Yep.
You know, in my opinion. That's all it is, my opinion. We all got opinions just like something else, right?
Yes, we do.
Hey, man, this Ukraine deal, too, Steve. What the heck, man? You know, no, we're not going to send tanks, then we send tanks. No, we're not going to send fighter jets.
And we send them,
fighter jets. Where is this going to end? I don't think it's going to end, Steve. They want this to keep going on and on and on and build the piggy banks up. You know, for the military industrial complex that's making all the money on this stuff, along with people in D.C., people that own stock in these companies, mainly our politicians, probably.
Yeah, but it said here another $375 million for Ukraine.
USA News Update. The Republican chair of the House Budget Committee says President Biden's back is against the wall on the debt ceiling. Speaking on ABC's This Week, Texas Congressman Jody Arrington criticized the president for not submitting a proposal and for waiting so long before having talks with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Negotiations will resume on Monday. The mayor of the largest U.S. sanctuary city says immigration reform is a national issue, not a city one. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, a Democrat, says the influx of migrants is putting an undue burden on border cities and sanctuary cities. 3 people are dead after a shooting at a lounge in Kansas City, Missouri early Sunday. In all, 5 people were shot, according to police. The White House has announced a $375 million military aid package for Ukraine. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, crazy thing is the debt clock headline. Yeah, the judge has just popped up here. Yeah, we're approaching the $32 trillion mark. We just keep forking over money. Another $375 million for Ukraine. Now, the report this past day said, the president said Sunday he had received a flat assurance from Vladimir Zelensky that he will not use Western-provided F-16 fighter jets to go into Russian territory. Concluding the meeting of world leaders, announcing F-16 warplanes could be used wherever Russian troops are within Ukraine and the area. He said it's highly unlikely the planes will be used in any Ukrainian offensive in the coming weeks, but that Ukrainian troops could need such weapons to defend themselves against Russian forces beyond their current reach. Leaders of the Group of Seven saying this past day they're not going to back down from supporting Ukraine, a warning to Vladimir Putin. Biden announced $375 million package of military aid to include artillery, more armored vehicles. Biden told G7 leaders that we support joint allied training programs for Ukraine pilots on F-16 warplanes. Although Kyiv has not won specific public comments, I guess a time frame for when the fighter jets are going to be delivered. And I'm not seeing here any number of how many planes might be delivered ultimately to Ukraine. But there you go. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Yeah, we got to promise there'll be no boots on the ground over there too, right?
All the
Well,
other promises have been broke, haven't they? Every one of them.
I don't know, Steve. I'll tell you what. I don't know, man. We have to keep an eye on this. Let's just hope this don't escalate into the big one, you know. Let's see what else is. Hey, man, I hung up the bomb suit, Steve.
Did you?
Yes, sir. Hung it up. Time to call it quits. So another chapter in my career put behind me, I guess. Let's see. Got on the bomb squad in 2005. So how many years? What are we looking at?
Like 18 years.
18 years. Yes, sir. Anywho, hey, man, check this out. So Bongino has his podcast, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen my Facebook post or not. But anyway, so I don't know, maybe the last 4 or 5 months, he started this thing going questions for Dan on Friday, right? You can submit a question. He reads like 4 or 5 of them. He probably gets who knows how many thousands, right? Well, he read one of my questions I sent him on the air Friday. Yeah. So a little special. I've been going back with him though, Steve. I'm telling you, when he was a nobody knew who the hell he was. He had this little podcast on iPhones. It wasn't video back there. He was doing it in his basement. Probably had a few thousand followers. I heard him. He filled in for Mark Levin on his radio show one night. God, Steve, I'm going back 7, 8 years, right? And I'm like, man, who is this dude, man? You know, he sounds like he's got it together, man. And then he mentioned he had this little podcast going, so I looked him up on the old iPhone. And sure, I've been listening to him every day since. We exchanged emails a couple times. It's not, hey, I'm not trying to say we're buddies or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But
right.
He's got his P1 listeners, just like you do. I don't know if you ever heard that term. He calls them P1 listeners, the ones that go way back to the beginning with him. Just like Monkey Gouger, you know, with you and your dad, you know. And, hey, man, I sent Gouger a little message tonight. I said, hey, what are you doing, man? You going to call the show? You going to give Steve a call? Let us know how them fish are committing suicide? He said, man, I just jumped in the bunk, man. I'm whooped. He said, I'm still not feeling 100%, but I'll call in tomorrow night.
Okay.
So, a little shout out to Monkey Gouger there. Ain't heard from me in a while. Glad to hear Big Ed send you a little something there, an email, I guess, or a message or something.
Yeah, he kind of explained his nightmare of a load and the pains of a truck driver on any given day, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, I could imagine, man, what these guys go through. Holy moly. You know, I mean, seriously. We can't fathom till you've been in that seat, driving that truck down these highways and these side roads. You can't fathom the things that can go wrong with these guys, man. So hats off to these guys, man. I mean that from the bottom of my damn heart, man. If it wasn't for these guys, we'd have nothing on these shelves. Anytime I can go out of my way to do something to help a trucker, Steve, I'll do it. You know, that's just a fact. It's just the way it is. So glad Big Ed's doing all right. Hey, hard hate to hear
Heatwave.
That Heatwave's wife is having problems again. Prayers out to her. I haven't been on Facebook really so I didn't see his post or anything. But man, that's another thing, Steve. Like you said it on the air here, man. Could you picture? I mean, you're driving this truck, you're 100 miles, hundreds of miles from home, and something like this happens, man.
Helpless.
You know, these guys deal with this kind of stuff, man. It's just, man, they deserve a lot more money in my book, brother. But that's about it, my man.
All right. Well, good to hear from you.
I'll be hanging it up.
You'll be done. All right. For a few nights. What, 3-4 nights, right?
I'll be back Monday. Because technically I got Monday, Tuesday off. I took Wednesday, Thursday off. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday was my off days for the weekend.
Yeah.
So I won't be back till next Monday.
Wow.
A week from today.
Okay. All right.
All right. Roger that. All right, man. Thanks a bunch. Everybody hammer down. Be safe.
There you go. All right. Off through the Memorial Day weekend. All right. So when the crazies all come out, and I know what he means by that. When the temperatures start going up, yeah, people stay out till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. They got no business being out there, but they're out there, and hey, nothing good comes out of being out on the streets at 3 o'clock in the morning. All righty, what do we have here? Another little shake, rattle, roll, an earthquake, another 5.5 off the Northern California shore this past morning. No reported damages or injuries. The U.S. Geological Survey said the quake occurred at a depth of 6 miles and took place about 67 miles west of Petrolia, community of about 1,000 people in Humboldt County. Now, a handful of other towns in the sparsely populated region of Northern California also reported feeling some light shaking. Yeah, we know earthquakes are pretty routine in California. The last fatal trembler in the state was the 6.4 that hit Northern California about 3 miles offshore in December, injuring at least a dozen people, killing 2. It seems like I've been sharing some of these 5+ magnitude quakes. Just seems like a little more common in recent weeks, but I don't know. Is that a sign of something bigger to come? It's the question that everyone always asks, right? All right, let me get to, I believe, Carl. Carl here on a Monday. What's happening, Carl?
Hey, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I haven't called in for a while, but I got to hand it to Pappy here. Thank him for his service as a police officer, as well as mentioning the truck driver out here. And, I'm Chattanooga tonight, rolling to Alabama, Talladega. But, I got to say, Ukraine is a mess. All right. Okay. And these F-16 aircraft, they are air-to-air and air-to-ground. And there are going to be mistakes made if Ukraine gets a hold of these aircraft, okay, which they apparently are. And there's going to be some of them get shot down in Ukraine. Some of them will get shot down over Russia, because they will definitely fly to targets wherever they are, like any munitions coming out of Russia into Ukraine. That's going to be a target in the air that the pilot's going to see, and he's going to want to drop a bomb on them, okay? So that's going to happen, all right? It's just a matter of time before we see the information coming across, and it's just going to turn into an even more mess, because Russia does have an Air Force, and they haven't been using their Air Force on Ukraine. If you've noticed, they've not started with the Air Force yet. All right, so when they start with their Air Force, then you're going to see Ukraine buckle. They will buckle, absolute buckle, and we're sending them money for nothing. All right, we're not going to get anything from Ukraine in return, but a bunch of crying and whining. And Zelensky, he's a money grubber. He's a beggar. He's traveled to Japan. Where was this summit at?
Yeah, it was in Japan. I mean, that's where they spoke from yesterday. Yeah.
Okay. He has traveled once again to Japan. I guarantee you that he is traveling much more than the news is reporting. He is going all around the world begging for money daily. He's doing this. And people just don't realize how much money he has gained out of this war situation. And there are rumors that they're being refuted online that he has purchased a home in Florida. And they are refuting these rumors, but he has purchased a home in Florida that's worth about $33 million. All right? So what does he purchase the home in Florida for? Well, he intends to visit there. All right? Yeah. And he's doing a lot of stuff, okay, and that we don't even know. And Joe Biden as well. Joe Biden and his family have been found doing lots and lots, as Comer has said, of money is being passed around in the banks and this and that and the other. They're just a crime family. That's all there is to it. They're a bunch of criminals. We've got a president that's a criminal, and he continues daily to lie to the American people. And he's saying, Zelensky, he's guaranteeing that Zelensky is not going to fly these airplanes into Russian territory. Bull hockey, okay?
Yes, sir.
That is a definite on that one, because we're going to see the reports about planes are being shot down, being brought down, and they're going to say, well, this was just a mistake by the pilot and this and that and the other. All kinds of excuses are going to be given out. But these planes are worth, I don't know if you've looked up how much the F-16 is worth. It's not a cheap airplane, all right? Even though that they have been basically kind of retired into National Guard service and this and that and the other, they're still an excellent aircraft, okay? And they are still making some new ones. They're making new ones in F-15s too as well. And our F-15 is probably the best aircraft that we've ever had. And but the F-16 is a close second. The only thing that's different from the F-16 and the F-15 is that the F-16 has one engine and the F-15 has two. So if that one engine goes out, and these defense people, they know what to hit on the F-16 to bring it down. All right, so it's no secret. All right, so that this stuff happens, and we're going to lose our butts over there. We're already losing our butts over there, and here he goes again with another million of dollars. $375
yes,
million?
Sir. $375 million. Yep.
I mean, are you kidding me? And this business about Afghanistan too as well. What is I tell you, if Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is the only one with the nerve and with the guts to even put his name on an impeachment. All right, which she has, and she has done this over and over again with people. And yeah, she may come across as a smart butt, but I got to tell you, she is smart. All right, she's smarter than a bunch of people up there in Congress. Yeah, she appears to be a radical and this, that, and the other, but I think it's about time that we started being a little bit radical with these Democrats, actually. And Matt Gaetz is another one. He's good. And Boebert, she's good too as well. I'm all on board with all of these people. And if Trump cannot win this next election, yes, we are in deep, deep trouble. Just like the other guy that was on before Pappy.
Yes.
He mentioned about that. All right. Yeah, we're in big, big trouble. All right. If we can't win this next election, and this mail-in ballot thing, this has got to go. It's absolutely got to go. We need to go to an election day, and actually, they ought to make it a day off for everybody in America. They ought to just say, okay, this is a federal holiday, and you've got 24 hours to vote, and that's that. That's it. And whether you're disabled or not, you fill out this application for this if you are indeed disabled, and if you've got some things that's going to keep you from voting this day, if you're in the military or whatever, then yeah, you can do this. But everybody, are you kidding me? For months you can vote on a ballot that's mailed to you in the ballot in the mail. I mean, really, that just suggests to me right off the bat it's illegal, and it shouldn't be done, and it's fraudulent, and there's no other way about it. And that last election that we had in 2020, that was a COVID thing, and we cannot let that happen again. And I thank you for taking my call. I appreciate the time there.
Hi, thank you for being with us. Thank you for chiming in. He brought up Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes. Now, we pretty much know that it's not going to go anywhere, right? Yeah, if they were to muster the votes in the House. Now, even though Republicans control the House, I don't know that all the Republicans would even go along. Articles of impeachment, and it's not just Joe Biden. Let's see. She made the announcement last week. It is with the highest amount of solemnity that I announce my intention to introduce articles impeachment on the head of this America at last executive branch that's been working since January of 21 to systematically destroy this country. The President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden. She said he needs to be removed from office because he's failed to secure the border and has deliberately compromised our national security, refusing to enforce immigration laws. Now, she berated Biden for permitting about 6 million illegals from over 170 different countries to invade our country, accused the president of depriving Customs and Border Protection the resources needed to secure the border. They go through a bunch of the border numbers, but yeah, there were also several others who she introduced articles of impeachment involving the border. I guess, last week was, for her, it was impeachment week. She introduced to impeach Attorney General Merrick Garland, FBI Director Christopher Wray, and Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Of course, you get the White House spokesman who said this is just a shameless sideshow political stunt. She's trolling. All right, so the back and forth goes, but again, will it actually go anywhere? Yeah, all you can say is, well, as Carl mentioned, she actually had the kahunas, if you'd have it that way, to at least stand up and say something, to try and fight back against this far-left narrative. All right, a couple minutes from news break just ahead. It is 844-844-3388. Now, speaking of election issues, get a load of this. We'll give you the rest of the story when we come back after the news break. The primaries are just around the corner. And there are some states, they vary from one state to the other. In some states, if you are registered as a Republican, you can only vote for a Republican in the primary, or Democrat, whatever your political affiliation is. You're familiar with that, right? There's a term for it, but Nassau County, New York, all voters in Nassau County were identified as Democrats on their voter ID cards, irrespective of political affiliation. Now, it's a botch-up. They're accusing the printing company, which triggers accusations about sabotaging elections ahead of the upcoming primaries. Now, the primaries are scheduled here in June. Voters of the county amounting to nearly 1 million voters began receiving their voter ID cards last week. Voters supporting Republicans, independents, or other political parties surprised when they get their cards as, I'm registered as a Democrat. You know what's going on? Like I said, we'll give you more on the story. The rest of the story, as Paul Harvey once said, coming up after the news break on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Talks on raising the debt ceiling will resume at the White House on Monday. President Biden tweeted from Air Force One that he's proposed over $1 trillion in spending cuts, and Republicans will have to compromise on some of their demands as well, he said. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen told NBC's Meet the Press there is only one viable conclusion.
There can be no acceptable outcomes if the debt ceiling isn't raised, regardless of what decisions we make.
President Biden has also announced a new round of military aid for Ukraine. The $375 million package includes ammunition, artillery, and vehicles. Biden also announced new sanctions on Russia. A couple of prominent Republicans are expected to throw their names into the 2024 presidential race this week. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is set to announce his campaign on Monday after he filed to run last week. Meantime, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis reportedly plans to make his presidential bid official as early as Wednesday. A SpaceX rocket successfully launched from Florida's Kennedy Space Center.
This time, the rocket had a live crew on board.
2, 1, engines full power, and
Liftoff, Falcon 9.
4 passengers, including 3 paying passengers on a Falcon 9 rocket, are headed to the International Space Station. The AX-2 mission will make history as a stem cell researcher becomes the first woman from Saudi Arabia to travel to space. It also marks just the second all-private mission to the orbiting outpost. I'm Dave Collins.
New York Mayor Eric Adams says immigration reform is a national issue and not a city issue. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, the Democrat says the influx of migrants is putting an undue burden on border cities and sanctuary cities. The latest installment of the Fast and Furious franchise earned more than $67 million in its first weekend of release. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A former U.S. Marine detained in Russia is hopeful about a return home. Paul Whelan told CNN on Sunday that he's positive and confident about his release. The ex-Marine has been in a Russian jail since 2018 on an espionage charge that he denies. Taxpayers could soon be able to file their taxes digitally and free of charge directly with the IRS.
The Washington Post is reporting the agency has been quietly developing its own prototype system that could disrupt the tax prep market. The Inflation Reduction Act set aside $15 million to create a free and direct filing program. The system will reportedly be available to a small group of taxpayers through a pilot program by January 2024. Right now, the IRS has been working with several companies to provide free e-filing for qualifying taxpayers. I'm Skip Kelly.
Sports news. The Miami Heat joined the Denver Nuggets with 3-0 series leads in their playoff matchups. Miami routed the Celtics Sunday night for a commanding lead in the Eastern Finals. Brooks Koepka has won the PGA Championship for a third time. The LIV golfer finished at 9 under par. When the Foo Fighters go on tour starting this week, they'll welcome Josh Freese as their new drummer to succeed Taylor Hawkins, who died suddenly last year. A guitar that Kurt Cobain used on stage sold over the weekend for just under $600,000 at a Music Icons event. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty then. Looks like we're back on a Monday. Fun day Monday. You think? me take you back to Nassau County, New York. Home to nearly 1 million voters. So the voter ID cards going out started last week. Republicans, independents, other political parties, whatever it might be, surprised when they opened their card identified as a Democrat. According to NBC News, we're starting to get phone calls from people saying, I'm a registered Republican. I'm a conservative. How come I'm being identified as a Democrat? Who changed my registration? And they're quite upset. So says the Nassau County executive, Bruce Blakeman. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of people emotionally upset about this. Now, Blakeman, a Republican himself, is pinning the blame on Rochester-based Phoenix Graphics, the printing company hired by Nassau County's Board of Elections to print the voter ID cards. The printing company called it an isolated event that was the result of a human error. We apologize for our mistake, especially to Nassau County officials who bear no responsibility for this. However, this is not the first time that Phoenix Graphics has committed such a mistake. In 2020, they messed up absentee ballots for 99,000 voters in Brooklyn. They had erroneously sent mailings to voters containing return envelopes having the names and addresses of other people. Of course, the campaign for Kari Lake, who's running for the post of Arizona governor, slamming the incident. A printing error led to every voter in the county being listed as a Democrat. There's that word again, printing error. It's the blanket excuse for sabotaging elections, hoping nobody calls them on it. Now, I mentioned, since New York is a closed primary state, voters that are registered as belonging to a party are not allowed to vote for any other party. As such, if a Republican supporter is identified as Democrat in the voter registration system, the individual would be barred from casting votes for the Republican Party. Out of the 972,000 voters in the county, Democrats, they say, account for about 40%. Now, during a press conference, Blakeman ruled out partisanship as a cause for the mishap. He said, we're investigating the matter. He did say, I don't think the Democrat Party's engaged in a conspiracy to create havoc in their own primaries. And I don't think the Democrat Party wants a bunch of Republicans showing up to vote in their primaries. However, some voters are questioning the election process due to the typo error. I have no faith in this country today as far as what the politics are. According to one voter from Nassau, I said, I'm going to vote Republican primary day and Democrat on that's not going to affect it. Because he was one of those that received a voter ID card describing him as Democrat versus Republican. I don't know how quickly can they fix that and go through the system and get those proper voter ID cards out and make sure that the errant cards are not subsequently used by someone else when election time rolls around. Questions that need answers. All right. What do we got? It is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Monday with a Knucklebuster on board. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You awake yet?
Halfway.
Halfway, yeah. All right, that's good. Well, you know, the minimum speed on an interstate highway is 40, 45. Some places are 50, depending on the speed limit. As a professional driver, you're held to a higher standard than anybody else there. So that's just the way that is there, you know. If you can't do the minimum speed limit, you're supposed to get off of the interstate and go park somewhere. So I don't know. That $100 million, that's a lot of money. And they'll keep on. So I don't know. They'll work something out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Warner will have to wind up paying that much, but anyway, it'll be a significant amount of money. I read where the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile has a new name. See, it's not even funny anymore.
Yeah,
they're gonna call it the. Yeah,
go ahead.
Gonna be calling it the Frankmobile.
That is correct. And if if you're driving a Wienermobile, you're a Frankfurter.
Yep, that's about right. That sounds like funny. Well, here's some political satire for you, some real baloney there. CNN buys an extra-large excavator to help bury the Durham report. That'd be about right, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Kamala Harris, she receives an honorary degree from America's premier clown college for her hard work clowning around the nation's capital. And she joined a pantheon of great American clowns such as Lori Lightfoot and John Wayne Gacy. I can't say that on air. Well, anyway, enough of all that there. And female scientists are still unable to make sense of that strange lever that makes the car lights blink when you turn it on, see? And Secretary Buttigieg, he takes parental leave again after adopting a highway. That's
political satire, yep.
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, I've got a real DA for you. It happened to one of our company trucks last week. Not mine, but 2:30 in the morning, this guy runs out there on the interstate and tries to put a football tackle on one of our trucks. And the guy running said to mine eye down the interstate. So it didn't kill him. He's lucky he was doped up, but our driver, he run off in the ditch, tore the truck up, broke the trailer in half. So, you know, that guy's probably got a lot of good insurance there, right?
Yeah.
Pay for that truck and trailer. Yeah, so my boss man was not happy after all that. So, anyway, I will give a shout out to Lauren White, Monkey Gouger, Grump, Horse Feathers, and all of Uncle Sam's misguided children. You know, Uncle Sam, you know, Marine Corps. And that'll be all my baloney for this go-around there. I'll try to call in a little later on if I can keep my eyelids open.
All right. Well, don't be falling asleep having no crazy nightmares like rolling your truck or something.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, you keep the radio going on yours.
Yep.
All right, well, I'll send you the video after the show. You can watch the video of it there and get a good, well, everybody else has said Holy Sam Houston Institute of Technology out of it, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks a lot, Mr. Steve.
All right, thank you, Knucklebuster. He was telling me a few weeks ago he had woke up in the bunk, but he was having it. He said, woke up, I'm reaching, grabbing, trying to hang on, getting stuff, and in his dream, and like he had lost control of the truck. And I said, I kind of wondered about whatever people's occupation is, because I mean, I swear it's on a regular basis. Almost on any given sleep cycle, I'll be, when I go into dream sleep, I have dreams about, and I may be in the studio where I worked my very first job, 40 years ago, but it's always issues with, things don't work. And, but before tonight's show, I can't remember where I was working. It was kind of like the same equipment that I have right now, but I wasn't in the bunker, somewhere else, and everything was different. And the labels weren't there. I couldn't find. I can't get it to start. And then you're watching the clock, and I think I started the music. I finally got. It's nightmares. Do truck drivers? Do you have a lot of those? Ever find yourself waking up in the bunk thinking you're rolling backward down the hill or something? Trying to climb an icy mountain and you can't get up and you're sliding backwards. Dreams. What are they trying to tell us? It is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, he called it political satire. CNN buys an extra-large excavator to bury the Durham report. That'd be more truth than fiction, but the discussions over the weekends continue. The fallout of the Durham report being released last week. Former Representative Devin Nunes asserting during an interview this past morning regarding the Durham report. The investigation into Donald Trump, Russia's ties. He said it indicates the complete failure of the justice system. This is a really sad day for America, he said, because what it represents is the total collapse of the justice system. Now, the Durham report, he says, reads like the tombstone for the justice system. And it would say something like, here lies the justice system, the Justice Department. And we knew there was criminality, and we couldn't do anything about it. So if you'll remember, back in 2021, Matt Taibbi, the journalist, reported at the time the Clinton campaign systematically planted phony stories about things like the Trump Alpha business, the P-tape, blackmail tale, Carter Page's supposed role as a Trump-Russia conduit. The FBI went along with the fiction. The inquiries launched on these matters did not originate as paid research from the Clinton campaign. Then you had the virtual parade of media figures, culpable, either as dupes or willing participants in these frauds, which in the case of the Alpha stunt was executed in a hurry to effect a presidential election. Of course, last Monday, 1 week ago today, Durham corroborated Tabby's claims that intelligence and law enforcement lacked any actual evidence of the Trump campaign colluding with Russia. They had nothing. But we've all heard that by now, right? Okay, so you're sitting, you're trying to get some rest, right? Yeah, we know the thieves are out there on any given day. More than 30 televisions stolen out of the back of a parked semi as the driver slept Friday morning. Happened about 1 a.m. last Friday, northeast Philadelphia. According to the local CBS affiliate, the trucker told police he was parked mere feet from where he was supposed to make the delivery in the morning. When the theft occurred, he said he was just trying to get some sleep when he felt some movement coming from the trailer. I kept feeling something moving, he said. I kind of dozed off. I got back up again. I could see a pickup truck parked behind me. I got up and I said, I got my box on. I better run back there and maybe I might get shot or something. So I said, I'm calling the police. And they took off down the street down there. There were two guys on the back of the pickup truck, one guy driving. I looked over to the building toward my left. Another pickup truck was going around with the TVs. I said, oh, my God, I've been driving 20 years. I've never had this happen to me, never before. Ultimately, police did soon catch up with the pickup truck, arresting the driver. But the televisions were nowhere to be found. Investigation is ongoing. No further information. Yeah, what kind of feeling is that? I feel something moving in the back of the truck. Wow. All right, what do we have? 5-7 on a Monday. How was your weekend?
Oh, yeah, nothing. Pretty good. Got some rest. Yeah, there's a truck stop down there at Philadelphia, Naval Yard. I least used to. I was dog tired. I backed in down there, and just as I got back, right there at Houston, and I seen about three outstanding gentlemen walk past my trailer on the right side of the mirror, and then on the left side of the mirror. But they had a great big mop cutter. I said, well, I throwed it in gear and I moved on up the road. You know, it's maybe not a good place to stop. Okay, McCarthy and Biden are going to have a sit down and talk. I imagine the first thing McCarthy's going to say is, you gave Ukraine what? I mean, you're running around Democrats saying they're going to defund.
Yeah, we're broke. You're not going to get your checks. Yeah, we're broke.
You're going to defund or cut the checks to the military. We're going, the same old people. But yet they could come up with $250 million on top of the $350 billion that they already spent. There's one good way to look at this, if you want to take it that way, is China's going to defund the oil from American dollars. So these great big corporations that's selling America out, the money they get might be worthless. Okay? And it's just absolutely aggravating to watch them do it. And hey, you asked what did Biden give away? Well, we're running out of stuff because a lot of the stuff we got is already owed or in debt to China. So I don't know what else they could give away. Just sit back and watch. I know. We've already said, well, this election, if we don't win, you just throw your hands in the air. Yeah, I'm sorry. Think about America. Think about the soldiers that were sitting there in the winter with Washington. They were starving. They didn't move. They weren't getting any food coming in. They were freezing to death in them tents, and they were freezing, fighting for freedom. And they had it rough. In their day, that was their fight, their day. A lot of people got up and walked away. What motivated them? You just don't ever give up the fight for freedom. That's all I got to say on that. But we're going to be positive. I will say this when it comes to Trump, because they are so afraid of him. Only thing I can say is think of John F. Kennedy. And, so it just... Oh, and I did post on your fan page one of the brochures I got from Ron DeSantis. I've been getting these things, beefing up Ron DeSantis for the last 3 weeks. So has he declared his run for the presidency yet?
They're saying, last I heard, they're saying it's probably Wednesday of this week.
Well, according here in South Carolina, we've been getting that political hoo-ha, and so I'm pretty sure that he's going to do it back then. So we're gonna sit back and hang in there. I just wanted to let you know about that. Yeah, that's McCarthy. I could just love to hear that conversation in person. You did what? You gave how much money away? Yeah. Where'd you get that from? Okay, 5-7, we down. We're going to be copping the mail.
Hey, we just write a check, Yeah, I mean, going back to Friday morning, the news was breaking at that point. After months of buildup and all the speculation, Ron DeSantis is expected to officially enter the White House race this week. Yeah, the popular two-term conservative governor will file formal paperwork with the Federal Election Commission this week to declare his candidacy for president, according to sources familiar with his decision. News first reported last week by the Wall Street Journal, they say at the time. Again, I heard on the news break here this morning, they're saying they expect it maybe as early as Wednesday of this week. More to come after this. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Republican chair of the House Budget Committee says President Biden's back is against the wall on the debt ceiling. Speaking on ABC's This Week, Texas Congressman Jody Arrington criticized the president for not submitting a proposal and for waiting so long before having talks with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Negotiations will resume on Monday. The mayor of the largest U.S. sanctuary city says immigration reform is a national issue, not a city one. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, a Democrat, says the influx of migrants is putting an undue burden on border cities and sanctuary cities. 3 people are dead after a shooting at a lounge in Kansas City, Missouri early Sunday. In all, 5 people were shot, according to police. The White House has announced a $375 million military aid package for Ukraine. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so we kind of await the official announcement from DeSantis this week. We've got another Senator Tim Scott becoming the second Republican from South Carolina to make a bid for the presidency. Filing officially to run in 24. Reports this past day. Scott has filed the official paperwork with the Federal Elections Commission, joining 5 other hopefuls, including former 2-term South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Of course, you've got Donald Trump, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, the tech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and talk radio host Larry Elder. Scott launched a $6 million ad campaign in key primary states to start his run, and reportedly will make an official campaign announcement today, according to Fox News. See, so if he's going to officially announce today, you probably don't want to be 2 candidates announcing on the same day. It'll kind of steal some of the media attention. But he has benefited from massive campaign contributions, including support from a pair of super PACs that has a total of approximately $16 million at the start of last year. The co-founder of Oracle, Larry Ellison, is said to be one of the larger donors. The Scott campaign reportedly concluded a successful 2022 re-election campaign with $22 million cash in the bank as well. He launched an exploratory committee for a presidential bid last month and gave some pretty strong remarks condemning the Democrat establishment. There's this new concept being spread by the far left, and it's like a drug of victimhood and the narcotic of despair, that somehow, some way, we as Americans are all victims. I grew up understanding the power of individual responsibility and the importance of taking responsibility for how your life turns out. So there's another, the field continues to grow, right? All right, let's check in with Eagle on a Monday. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Hey, I'm down here, and I told you from now on, Steve, I'm calling, when I call Texas, it's called Northern Mexico. I'm down here in Northern Mexico at my house right now. I'll be leaving out tomorrow. You know, Steve, I had a pretty good day, and had a pretty good day today until about 30 or 40 minutes ago, when I read something on my phone that really pissed me off, because I thought that we were living in 2023, but apparently we still have some people that's living in the 1940s and 50s out there. I watched the NASCAR race today. I mean, All-Star race tonight. It wasn't too competitive. You know, you didn't see too much passing going on. You probably didn't see it because you probably had to work tonight. But Kyle Larson won, and he totally dominated. He led over 100 150, 160 laps. He took over the race, and nobody never had a chance to catch him. He dominated all night long. Second place guy, Bubba Wallace, was in second, but it wasn't the most competitive race that you can see. So, but it was entertaining. But before I get to Joe Biden and all them, I wanted to say something, Steve, because like I said, whether you like Joe, I mean, whether people like Bubba Wallace or not, Steve, you probably haven't heard this news, but after the race was ended today in North Wilkesboro, North Carolina, somebody came on Bubba Wallace's radio. They had radios, for the fans, scanner, or whatever you want to call it. Somebody came over the radio and had some racial words. They told him to go back to Africa.
Oh boy, really?
Some loser. Like I said, whether you like Bubba Wallace or not, I'm not I don't cheer for Bubba Wallace, but I don't believe in racism. I treat every man equal, with white, black, purple, green. I don't care what color. As long as he treats me with respect, I treat him with respect. That's the way I was raised. There's loser that came over his radio with uncalled for. Like I said, whether you like him or not, you don't tell somebody to go back to Africa, and that you're not wanted in NASCAR, and that and the N-word was also involved.
Was it another driver? I mean, or was it some?
No. It was a fan. The fans, they have scanners. Yeah, the fans can listen in on the radio while the race is going on. And apparently one of the fans got into Bubba Wallace's channel. And
wow.
And like I said, you can look it up. I just Googled it on my phone, so it's definitely true. I had just seen it on TikTok. I was looking at some TikTok videos while you had me on hold, and then I just wanted to verify for myself that it was true. And it is true, because Google has it on there that some fan has some racially motivated words. But like I say, I'm concerned with the safety of Bubba Wallace, because he is the only black driver in NASCAR, and so they go to a lot of areas that are known, for racial, hatred, such as Alabama and Georgia and places like that. So I just hopefully he has some security and people watching out for him, because there are people out there who still think the wrong way, and it's a shame that people think like that. With all the problems we got in America now, we don't need. That's one of the less. We definitely don't need the racial division. We got too many other problems going on in America. So hopefully they can find out who this loser was that got on his radio and did that and bar him from ever attending another NASCAR race. People like that don't deserve to go to a race. They find something else to do with their time. Now, let's get to the other situation, Steve. This with Joe Biden. He's on his way back to the U.S. right now, and he's supposed to sit down with McCarthy tomorrow, talk about this debt ceiling. Now, here's something that amazes me, Steve. They say that the U.S., Joe Biden, he said last week that the U.S. is not a deadbeat country, that we pay our bills. Now, they explain this to me, Steve. They say that the U.S. is in problems with money, but yet he was just, you notice that this loser from Ukraine, he made a special trip over there to Japan, or wherever it was, to meet with Biden to ask for even more money. And now he's asking for jets. What is it, the F-16?
Correct.
Do you know how much money do you realize how much one of those planes cost, Steve? F-16 jet. And Joe Biden is giving this man, has promised that he will give this man these jets plus money, but yet we're supposed to be having financial difficulties. Doesn't that seem kind of strange that Joe Biden is doing something so stupid?
Absolutely.
Why is he continuing? Yep. Why is he continuing to get his man money in F-16 jets? What'd you say?
We were talking earlier that our deficit is knocking on the door at $32 trillion. And yeah, we continue to forking over money. Yeah, it was $375 million, I think, was the announcement yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing doesn't make sense. I hope McCarthy brings that up to Joe Biden when they sit down tomorrow and say, why are you promising this man all this money in Ukraine? Why are you giving this man jets? Planes? But yet the United States is having financial difficulties. I'm going to ask you one other question, Steve. If you're having I'm talking about you. Just put yourself in a personal life. If you're having financial difficulty in your life, Steve, and you're having problems paying your bill, are you gonna give somebody a large amount of money that if you can't even pay your own bills?
Right?
Huh?
Hell no.
Okay, so that's the scenario that Joe Biden is putting the United States in. It makes absolutely no sense for him to continue giving Ukraine all this money, and the U.S. they claim that we can't pay it, that we can't pay our bills, and we basically owned by China. It makes absolutely no sense. But like I say, the Joe Biden administration makes no sense. So there's just one other thing that is totally backwards in this whole situation. And like I said, they'll probably come up with a deal at the last minute. I'm pretty sure something will be done. I think they got into June 1st to make a deal happen. They still got some days to make something happen. I believe that it'll be just like McCartney, when they made him Speaker of the House. It'll go late into the night, when everybody thinks nothing's going to happen. It's going to be a scenario like that when all the chips are on the table and they ain't got no other choice. They'll finally make some kind of a deal. But like I say, it's definitely obvious, Steve, that this guy from Ukraine, he makes a special trip over there to meet with Joe Biden to ask for more money. And then he had the nerve to make the promise, Steve. I think he said that he won't use those jets to fly into Russia. Now, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that he said he's just going to use those jets in Ukraine? I think that's what he said. You know damn well that those jets could fly into Russia. If Ukraine pilots behind the wheel of that plane. And I think I understand that Russia, I think they issued a statement saying that if one of those F-16s go into their airplanes, they will shoot it down. I think that's what Russia said today, because they're not happy about the U.S. giving them these planes. So it's just another deal. Like I said, we're getting closer and closer to getting involved in this conflict. And like I said, they say that we're Biden and his people say we're not involved, but it sounds to me like we're involved. And like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they had men on the ground already in Ukraine. I think they said that some Americans have already died, so-called volunteers that volunteered to go over to Ukraine. So it wouldn't surprise me if we're involved in this war. They're just not letting the American people know. So it's just a matter of time before we're in a full-fledged deal. And, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, Joe Biden had the nerve to say today that the Republicans are trying to let this deal go through, that they're not going to make a deal to go through because they want to use that as a reason for him not to get reelected. That's what Joe Biden said today. That's the reason why the Republicans are not trying to make a deal happen on this debt ceiling, because they want it to fail, so that'll be a failure on Joe Biden's resume, and the American people will be pissed off at him, and they won't get him reelected. But I got bad news for Joe Biden. That's not the only reason you're not going to get reelected, my man. There's plenty of other things that you've done over the last 3 years that's more than qualified to get you out of the White House. So the debt ceiling is the last thing you need to be worried about, Joe Biden, because you should have been gone from the White House a long time ago. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Yeah, they didn't specify, I guess, and I'm not real up to speed on my Air Force jets, but I mean, a quick Google search from the Military Times says the Lockheed Martin F-16 Block 70-72. I guess that's the newer generation F-16, run at about $64 million a pop. It says the older variants cost roughly $30 million apiece. Yeah, so cheaper than the vast majority of contemporary fighters. But the most advanced ones are really quite pricey. So they're not should we assume they're going to give them the older iterations, I would assume, of the F-16? So we'll say, for the sake of argument, say $30 million a pop. And I've not seen anywhere how many, and I'm assuming the price tag of $375 million, the package he announced yesterday would include the cost of those F-16s. But there was a number of other items, like I said, armored vehicles and munitions that were included in it. So, I don't know, maybe we'll get somebody to figure out the math. Is this buckwheat?
Yes, it is. When I heard Horse Feathers give his rendition of was the Mother's Day convoy, and I was there too, and I tried calling in last week twice, and your phones weren't working quite right. I couldn't get through, so. But I know it's a little late, but yeah, I seen my first electric truck there that they had in the convoy, and I was talking with some of the drivers around there, and they said the range of that electric truck was 200 miles. And we're sort of joking around that the thing's going to go dead halfway through the convoy.
Right.
But I guess that didn't happen. But they were saying that that truck, just a bobtail, weighed like 35,000 pounds. That's without the trailer.
Wow.
But yeah, it was sort of interesting. I was sitting there watching the convoy, and all the trucks were coming down, and they're throwing their Jake brakes and come to. I was sitting out of turn, and so they put the Jake brakes on, and when this electric truck come down through, there was not a sound. It was really quiet. So that was a little odd. But yeah. So, and also this weekend I was going through my garage, and I came across a box of Gold Eagle stuff that I had ordered, and you always talk about the stay belt and the gas. They're keeping the gas fresh.
Mm-hmm.
They also got some other product that they had, and I got the barbecue grill cleaner, and I was really impressed how that stuff worked. You just sprayed it on the grill and on the grates there, and I used a rag and wiped it off, and the grates came out really, really clean.
Really? Okay. So I mean,
my wife was.
I haven't used my grill yet, and I've got rusty grates, and I've been pondering what's the best way to get rust off those cast iron grates. You think would that be a good go-to product?
I don't know about rust. Mine weren't rusted, so I didn't have that problem. But it's just a baked on food, and just used a rag, wiped it off, and I'd say it's 99% clean. Maybe some of the corners think, quite get clean, but my wife refused for me to put that rag in her washing machine to get it clean again. But I lost the rag, but anyhow. I also got the bike chain cleaner and also a bike cleaner to spray on your bicycle. And I used both them things, and they did what they said they were going to do. So the Gold Eagle has a lot more good products than just Stay Built.
Yeah, and I was aware of some of the products because I've got the Clindo multi-purpose cleaner, which is great for cleaning like the inside of your vehicle. Well, it's got 101 uses, but so that's a good product. All I really got was mostly the Stay Built products and the Clindo. So I knew they had a number of other products.
Yeah, I got the Clindo too, and that's good stuff. So I know that drivers don't always drive truck all the time, and they have other hobbies. And I was just hoping that I thought the grill cleaner is going to be a good Father's Day gift for my children, my boys. So, yeah, and I just have to say thanks for keeping us awake. I was out trying to teach my Down syndrome son, Ashton, there to ride his bicycle last night, and stayed up a little longer than what I should have, but they're doing a good job of keeping me awake, and that's basically all I have. So,
all right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Later.
Thanks for the update there about the Convoy 200-mile. And I wonder what the charge time is. Yeah, to get it back to a fully charged. Yeah, I'd done a little bit of research, and they said. One guy said, good old-fashioned soap and water. Yeah, I'm thinking to get the rust off. One tip was soak the grates for about an hour in, I think it was like white vinegar, like a 50-50 mixture, vinegar and water. I guess that starts to break it down. Yep, rusty grates. That's because I got the grill outdoors, and I didn't. The old cover tore last fall in a windstorm, and I didn't replace the cover. So, it had plenty of moisture in there to work with through the winter months. Rusty grates. Let me see here. We've got a few minutes before we hit top of the hour. We'll get started with Philip, see what's going on in Florida this morning. Hey, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today? I got an idea
Monday.
for them rusty grates.
What do you think?
All right, like I said there, you do 50-50 vinegar and water.
Yeah.
I soak it overnight if I was you. If it's heavy, just soak it overnight. Then when you get ready the next day, rinse it off. Get you some vegetable oil, and you put vegetable oil on those grates. And then you take those grates, you put them in that grill, and you burn them down. And then you're good to go, buddy. That way you've seasoned them up. They're good. If they're metal grates or, you're good to go.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
They're the cast iron grates.
Absolutely. They're cast iron grates. That's what you want to do, just like a cast iron skillet. If you ever want to get the rust off a cast iron skillet, soak it in vinegar and water, 50-50, like you said there. Let it sit overnight and rinse her down. Then you rinse it off and then heat it up. You want to heat up just a little bit. Put some oil. Put the oil on it. You can put the vegetable in there because you're going to season it. You want to coat it. And then just burn it down. That's the old grill trick. Everybody uses that term, burn it down. That's what it means. Burn that stuff off of there. Burn it down. It gets all that bacteria and all the junk off of it. But I've used a lot of different ones over the years. I do a lot of grilling down here in Florida since we have the good weather down here, so I do a lot of that. I wanted to say congratulations to somebody. Somebody had a big milestone yesterday in their career, and I don't know how many folks watch golf or not, but have you ever heard of a gentleman named Michael Block, Steve?
Does not ring a bell.
Okay, so I know these Google searches are going to go through the roof after everybody hears this from me. Yesterday, Michael Block was playing in the PGA tournament at Oak Hill in New York. Now, Michael Block is just a pro. Now, when I say a pro, everybody thinks, well, he plays in a tournament, he's pro. No, a golf pro is the guys that are at the golf clubs that generally teach you how to play golf. So, you know, the guys that just play, you know, they play good golf and they just hang out at the, you know, the clubs. They make a decent living at the golf clubs just teaching people how to play golf. Well, this guy got a hole-in-one yesterday at Oak Hill in a major PGA tournament and actually came in, I believe he came in 15th on the rankings in the tour.
Yeah.
Or, well, not the tour, but the tournament. And he's got invited back to come back again. And that's pretty amazing when somebody works really hard in their career for all these years. You know, got a hole-in-one. You know, I mean, that's pure luck. I mean, that is just pure luck to get a hole-in-one in a major tournament. And it was an unbelievable story. So
And
if anybody
I
wants
think
to
that
check,
was I think I saw that video. I don't remember the name, but I bet that was the guy that because it was a hole-in-one. And it wasn't like the ball landed on the green and then rolled into the hole. This thing was straight in the air and went straight into the hole. It's like, you know, wanted a billion shot. I mean, nobody could believe where'd the ball go. It actually went in the hole. And so that was a pretty cool video. Michael Block, huh? All right, I'll pull that up. Let me get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Talks on raising the debt ceiling are set to resume on Monday at the White House.
Now it's time for the other side to move from their extreme positions because much of what they've already proposed is simply, quite frankly, unacceptable.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he spoke with President Biden on Sunday as he left the G7 summit in Japan. Aboard Air Force One, Biden tweeted, he's proposed over $1 trillion in spending cuts, and Republicans will have to compromise some of their demands. Biden is also stepping up his efforts for Ukraine.
President Biden unveiled a new $375 million military aid package during his meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the weekend G7 summit in Japan. It includes ammunition, artillery, and military vehicles. American-made F-16 fighter jets are headed to Ukraine in the coming months as well. Biden said he does not think it will escalate the war with Russia.
I have a flat assurance from the from Zelensky that they will not use it to go on and move into Russian geographic territory.
He reiterated U.S. support for Ukraine and announced new sanctions on Russia that he said would keep pressure on Putin and his backers. I'm Jeremy Scott.
As South Carolina Senator Tim Scott plans to kick off his presidential run on Monday, Scott now has the endorsement of South Dakota Senator John Thune, CNN reports. Thune, the number 2 Senate Republican, is expected to deliver the opening prayer at the launch event in North Charleston. A launch of a different kind, a SpaceX rocket successfully blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida Sunday afternoon with a live crew. 4 passengers, including 3 paying for the journey, are now headed to the International Space Station. It marks just the second all-private mission to the orbiting outpost. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A former U.S. Marine detained in Russia is remaining hopeful about his return home. Paul Whelan told CNN that he's positive and confident that the wheels are turning toward his release. He adds that he's been told that the U.S. government is working tirelessly to get him out. The ex-Marine has been in a Russian jail since 2018 and was sentenced to 16 years in prison on an espionage charge that he denies. A father is dead and 2 kids are injured after a grenade exploded inside an Indiana home. Authorities say it happened Saturday when the family was looking through a grandfather's belongings and found the hand grenade. It went off when someone reportedly pulled the pin. Air travel is expected to return to pre-pandemic levels this Memorial Day weekend.
AAA is predicting air travel over Memorial Day weekend will be busier this year than it was pre-COVID, signaling a true return to travel levels not seen since before the pandemic. About 3.4 million Americans are expected to fly over the holiday weekend, which is an 11% increase over last year. It's also nearly 5.5% increase since 2019 before the COVID pandemic. AAA expects this to be the busiest Memorial Day weekend since 2000, when they first started tracking travel numbers. I'm Skip Kelly.
For the 3rd time in his career, Brooks Koepka is the winner of the PGA Championship. Koepka finished at 9 under par from the Oak Hill Country Club in Rochester, New York. It is Koepka's 5th major title. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. So we head into that final week of May and roll toward Memorial Day weekend. Philip was talking about the hole-in-one. I pulled up the story, so that was indeed the video I had seen. And it's almost kind of comical. He didn't know the ball actually went in the hole. He said, I heard the crowd roar. I mean, I know it was going right at the pin, and I knew I was in good shape. I was thinking maybe 5-10 feet. The crowd went crazy. I thought I was close. But then, he said, Rory McIlroy, the 4-time major champion, who was his playing partner, turned around and walked toward me and gave me a hug. And I'm like, why is Rory giving me a hug? Rory gives me a hug for hitting it 3, 4, 5 feet. That's kind of weird. And I'm like, I think I made it. He said, I asked Rory, did I get an ace? And he said, yeah, it went right in the hole. How about that? Started the final round, tied for 8th, had the only hole-in-one in the tournament, acing the 151-yard 15th hole. I mean, pretty much just slammed right into the cup. He said the ball had impacted the cup. There was actually a chunk of the cup that was chipped away from the impact of the ball there. How about that? Slam dunk. That's cool.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was really cool, buddy. I mean, and just to see, a guy on that level playing with those big guys, and he made a pretty good chunk of money. You know how much the payout on that yesterday was? Over $1 million for the guy who won it, Koepka.
Wow.
I believe that Block made over $200,000 yesterday in 15th. The low guy on the total pole with Phil Mickelson was down bottom. I think he was in the 40s, and he still come out of there with like $35,000 in his pocket. So that's not bad for a day's work. What do you think, Steve?
I have no doubt about it. You think?
Another thing that happened yesterday that was really cool. SpaceX got that Axiom rocket off and actually landed it back at the Cape, the booster, and got those folks up there. That went real good. I didn't get a chance to go outside. It was all cloudy. I didn't get to see it. but I heard it. I felt it. I mean, we felt the rumbles from it. But watched it on TV. It was a pretty good day yesterday. I was really shocked, though, with that golf game. And as far as your grill goes there, buddy, it don't take much to clean those things up. Vinegar and water, the old tried and proven way of doing it. Like I say, just got to burn it down, though, get it hot, and then oil it up. Make sure you put some kind of oil on it before you cook. Okay. You want to season your grates, and you want to also make sure you have a coating on that oil. That way you don't have that rust on there. If you keep a coating of oil on your grates, you'll never rust up. But you got to make sure they're clean. You know, I still use the steam brush, too, on mine. I don't know if you've seen one of those, Steve.
I've not.
Okay, so you know the traditional grill brush that you get. I mean, a lot of people don't like using them and that kind of thing because they're afraid of this and that. But just got to watch how you don't press down on it. You just lightly do it. But they make one that you put water in it. When you hit the grate with it, it steams it and actually sterilizes it, gets all that nastiness off of it. I do that before I go and after I go. You know, just with mine, I keep my stuff pretty clean. So, and then also degrease your grill every now and then. And a lot of people don't want to do that, but you need to degrease your grill every now and then, get all that gunk out of the inside of it. I know a lot of people say, well, that adds flavor. Well, you know what? That also causes a fire when you have a grease fire, especially when you're doing hamburgers. And degrease it, and then re-oil it. Use vegetable oil on the inside on your grill and heat it up. And it puts a coating of that oil on there, and you've got it seasoned again. So there's a lot of neat little things you can do with a grill, Steve. But that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me.
All right, yeah. My wife buys that white vinegar, by the gallon, because she uses it for when doing the laundry stuff. I said, I know it smells like hell going in, but your clothes, believe it or not, they do actually come out smelling fresh. They don't smell like vinegar. Hey, Eagle brought up the other story, which I had not come across that. We shared in the first hour that. Yes, Kyle Larson dominated that race. I mean, took the lead on the 18th lap, then got a speeding penalty off pit road, so had to start from the back of the field. But by lap 55, he had passed the entire field and was back in front and never looked back. I mean, talk about a dominating performance. But second, just behind Kyle Larson turned out to be Bubba Wallace, and I know what Eagle's talking about. I mean, a lot of people aren't real fond of Bubba Wallace, but this is like way overboard. What the hell are you doing? I mean, we're not living in the 40s and the 50s. Just after Wallace took the checkered flag, according to motorsports.com, in the $1 million to win event at North Wilkesboro, somehow someone, I guess, tapped in or keyed in to the race team radio channel with a derogatory message. Go back to where you came from. You, is it a-hole, I guess? I don't know. You're not wanted in NASCAR. Spokesperson for the team tells motorsport.com that Bubba didn't hear the comments or acknowledge them at the time. But NASCAR officials confirmed their security operation is investigating as they try to determine who accessed that radio channel and how. How did they do that? Now, for Bubba, the runner-up finish was kind of bittersweet. Had it been a regular race, this was just an exhibition event. Had it been a regular race, it would have probably been a whole lot more upbeat. But he has had a recent string of strong runs, including a pair of top 5 finishes at Kansas and Darlington. I didn't know anything coming into this race, and after the first run, I had to go into conserve mode, conserve the rear tires. That was the biggest thing he said. I was pretty skeptical on how we were going to run, but last night we weren't very good. Even saying I just didn't have what Larson had. I thought we could close the gap a lot more than we did, but we just didn't have it. All right, so there you go. How do you tap into that channel? I guess if you've got the frequencies, you just, I don't know. They'll figure it out, I guess. It is 844-844-3388. Speaking of Eagles, several people had shared this story with me this past day. And literally, everywhere you tune. I mean, I went over to Newsmax, and even at this hour, the top headline, DeSantis strikes back at the NAACP. This is a stunt. That's the Newsmax headline. Drudge Report. See if he's still got that top and center on his side. Yeah, Drudge. NAACP travel advisory against Florida. What are they all talking about? Now, Eagle was talking last week about, beginning to pack his bags. He's going to move to Florida. The NAACP issued a formal travel advisory for the state of Florida, arguing that the state, under Governor DeSantis' leadership, has engaged in an all-out attack on Black Americans and other minority groups. The NAACP's website says, quote, Florida is openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. Press release noted the advisory was, quote, in direct response to Governor DeSantis' aggressive attempts to erase Black history and restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. Now, what that's referencing is DeSantis, of course, banned the teaching of critical race theory in the state of Florida. The group cited various bills that DeSantis has signed into law as the motivation behind this advisory, including the constitutional carry law, restrictions on abortion access, a ban on funding for DEI programs at Florida public universities. Now, I guess they floated the travel advisory back in March, and it was approved by the NAACP Board of Directors, which says, once again, hate-inspired state leaders have chosen to put politics over people. Governor DeSantis and the state of Florida have engaged in a blatant war against principles of diversity and inclusion and rejected our shared identities to appeal to a dangerous extremist minority, said the NAACP. And so they say they're fighting back. DeSantis pretty much letting it run like water on a duck's back, brushing it off as a joke. This is a stunt to try to do this. It is a pure stunt, and fine. If you want to waste your time on a stunt, that's fine, but I'm not wasting my time on your stunts. I'm going to make sure that we're getting things done here. So, I don't know. Yeah, what do you think about it? Do you put any credence to anything the NAACP puts out like that, Eagle?
No, I think they mainly talking about the Hispanics. I think that the NAACP, they just trying to, several times driving trucks, and I've never had no problems. And I know people that live in Florida that are blacks and never had no problem. Like I say, the NAACP, they're just trying to, I think that they're trying to be affiliated. You remember last week, the Hispanic truck drivers were saying that they were going to boycott Florida because they're all the different rules that he's coming up with to make people, you have to have, proof that you're a U.S. citizen before you can work in Florida. And I think that, NAACP is trying to get involved in that. But like I say, no, there's no problem with that. I wish you Philip would. He probably, if he still listens, he can call back in and I'm pretty sure he can verify that blacks are not treated unfairly in Florida. That's just a bunch of garbage. I refuse. Like I said, the NAACP, they're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites anyway. They're like one of your callers that calls in. I'm not gonna mention his name, but they only show up, Steve, when it, you know, like Al Sharpton, when it benefits them, when there's money to be made. Just like this other black guy that goes around to all these different crime scenes. You know, when a white officer kills a black guy, Benjamin Crump, but you never see that guy. You never seen him appear in Chicago with the all the murders that take place there with black. The guy never been. The only time he shows his face is when there's money to be made in a racially motivated case, such as the, you know, speaking of that, such as the case up in New York City, you know, which that guy is being screwed over. The white guy who choked the guy, Michael Jackson impersonator, that guy there, he did nothing wrong. The man was on the train intimidating people, saying he was going to do violence, and he did what he was what he was supposed to do. Now he may have should have released the man, you know, before he passed out or passed away. They trying to make it out like he did it on purpose, like he wanted to murder the man. The guy, it's a waste of time and money that they could be, you know, that guy there is being falsely accused. It is mainly because, you know, people are trying to make money, you know, another racially motivated type thing. And like I said, the guy did nothing. You know, he doesn't deserve to go to jail for what he did. Steve, he's just a law-abiding citizen trying to stop some man from doing some damage to people. Like I said, like they always say, Steve, if that guy, the guy who died choked out, if he would have been minding his own business and doing what he was supposed to be doing and not acting like that, he'd be alive right now. But those people, they forget about that part of the story. You see what I mean, Steve?
Oh yeah, yep.
They forget about they forgot about that part. Well, maybe if that guy wouldn't have been threatening people on the train, maybe he wouldn't have got choked. But they seem to overlook that part of the deal. So, like I say, these people, like I say, they only look at things when they want something to go against them. So I put no credence in people like Sharpton, Jackson, Benjamin Crump, and so-called other NAACP. These people have an agenda, Steve. They only show up when there's money to be made. You care less about black people. I'm the first one to tell you that I'm black, and I have no respect, no trust in these type of people. Same thing with Barack Obama. Barack Obama is one of the biggest traitors out there. That's why you very rarely hear me mention that guy's name, because he didn't do anything for me, blacks, when he was in the White House. As far as I'm concerned, he said put more blacks on the unemployment line and welfare line, and he's one of the main reasons why we have so much racial division in America. It mainly got restarted when he was in the White House. So I have nothing good to say about that guy. But one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, before I hang up with you about this situation is the governor of Florida. You said earlier, well, I told you that last week, that he's supposed to, maybe tomorrow, maybe one day this week, he's supposed to, now he's running for president. And I think it's a good thing, you know, Trump, he needs some competition. I just hope that it doesn't turn ugly. And like I told you last week, that they don't start going against each other, because one of these two individuals need to get into the White House, and they don't need to be fighting each other. They need to be focused on Joe Biden. They need to be focused on his record and what he has done to America in the last 3 years. Don't get so, you know, hopefully he won't start, you know, the governor won't start talking bad about Donald Trump and all these long cases that he has with the women and the get judge in New York and all this other garbage. Hopefully he won't focus. Hopefully he'll focus on, you know, things like getting the economy back together, getting people back to work, you know, the good positive things. Don't focus on Trump's history, and hopefully Trump won't do the same, because you can't have back and forth between them, because like I say, Joe Biden has so much baggage. There's so much to focus on him that they can easily erase this guy right out of the picture. So hopefully they'll go into it like that. I wish they could go together as a team, but unfortunately he couldn't do that. And like I say, I look at the governor of Florida, you know, like Philip, he might feel the same way. I look at him as just a younger version of Donald Trump. Him and Donald Trump have some of the same theories and thoughts. And like I said, he's just not as well. Like I say, he doesn't have the New York attitude like Trump. That's the only difference I see between them is that he don't have that New York attitude. So like I say, either way we go, Steve, we can't lose. Whether we get Trump in the White House or we get the governor from Florida in, it's better than what we got right now. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. No questions asked about that. No disputing that fact. Yeah, I heard in the, they mentioned at the top of the hour news update there. I had that story out of Indiana. And yeah, I would just assume that the individuals that found this, you find a hand grenade in Grandpa's stuff. It probably assumed it was like a dummy. Yeah, not an actual live grenade, but turns out it was. So I don't know, did they get a Darwin Award? Man dead and his 2 children, teenagers, injured after the live grenade in a grandfather's belongings detonated. This is about 6:30 Saturday evening. Investigators learned the family was going through their grandfather's belongings at a home when they came across this grenade. Someone, doesn't say who, pulled the pin, and it exploded. When police arrived, a 47-year-old man, identified as Brian Neidert, of Lake of Four Seasons, was unresponsive and later succumbed to his injuries. His 2 children, an 18-year-old female and a 14-year-old man, were taken to a nearby hospital where they were treated for shrapnel wounds. Porter County, a neighboring county, sent out the bomb squad to the scene to help secure the area and determine whether any additional explosives might be inside the home there. But, kind of sad. I guess you have to assume something like that is live if it's got the pin in it, right? I do remember when my son was graduating basic training there at Fort Benning. They had some of the military surplus stores, and they actually sold dummy grenades. But I don't think they still had a pin, even, it was just the dummy grenade, emptied. But with that, we will close things out before we hit our news break here, bottom of the hour. And I believe Philip's going to follow up. Sundance Kid wants to chime in here on a Monday morning. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. The Republican chair of the House Budget Committee says President Biden's back is against the wall on the debt ceiling. Speaking on ABC's This Week, Texas Congressman Jody Arrington criticized the president for not submitting a proposal and for waiting so long before having talks with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Negotiations will resume on Monday. The mayor of the largest U.S. sanctuary city says immigration reform is a national issue, not a city one. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, a Democrat, says the influx of migrants is putting an undue burden on border cities and sanctuary cities. 3 people are dead after a shooting at a lounge in Kansas City, Missouri early Sunday. In all, 5 people were shot, according to police. The White House has announced a $375 million military aid package for Ukraine. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. And don't forget, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sent around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And again, as we always mention, if you go to goldeagle.com to order online, not only Sta-Bil products, but the likes, as the caller earlier was mentioning, the Clindo cleaner. Maybe it's that time of year, right? The grill cleaner. Any products, whatever you order, you'll get 15% off your entire order by using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. So check that out at goldeagle.com. All right. Yes, Philip, welcome back.
Hey, buddy, I just want to follow up on what Eagle was just talking about. I appreciate our governor down here. He does a great job. In some instances, I like him. In some instances, I don't like him. I'll just say that much about our governor. I do believe, like Eagle said, that he is a little immature when it comes to certain political things. And I think he's got a lot of growing to do before he gets up to, like, say, a Reagan or even close to Trump.
I think that he needs to be in a position, like Eagle said, as under somebody like, well, he can't obviously be under Reagan because Reagan has passed away, but Reagan was one of the great ones. But he needs to be under a great person before he gets to the level of, like, say, Trump or Reagan. And I think he's got a lot of ways to go. He's got a long ways to go. I think he's going to be president? No, I don't. Am I going to vote for him? Absolutely not. As president, I will vote for Trump if I vote for anybody. Now, as far as diversity in Florida, the thing that puzzles me with people in this diversity issue is, Steve, everybody and their brother brings up about diversity. We've been diversified all along. Okay, Florida's been diversified for many years, and it has been that way. If people would just quit starting a spark and starting all this racist stuff and just get together and work, we would be a better society than we are right now. And that's what we need to do. We need to work together instead of starting all these fights, these firefights between the reverends. And I know who the reverends are, and everybody else knows who the reverends are. And I'm not going to mention their names because they're on television every day. We don't need that. We need to work together as a unit and get things done, and we'll have a better life. So this diversified thing, Florida has been diversified. Eagle, come on down to Florida, bro. Come on down. We'll go to a race. We'll go down to Volusia County, or we'll go to New Smyrna. I don't have a problem with that. Let's go down there and watch a race. Have a good time. You know, we can all live together. Everybody, the United States is diversified out the bourgeois, so to speak. But we can live together if everybody would stop focusing on what they've got going on in their deal and let people just live their lives. And that's the big thing that beats me up more than anything. You know, we got major corporations that are involved with things. We got the government that's involved with things. We got all this stuff going on. If we could put all that aside for 1 second and work together, like Eagle said, Eagle made the point, work together, we could get things done. I mean, you think about the trucking community. If the trucking community would get together and work, you know, those loads, they might pay a little bit more money. And they might, you know, we might not have to work as many hours as we have. So we have to get these loads by there. And you wouldn't have the shortages that you have, you know? So, but that's my opinion, Steve. Take it for what it's worth. I do like our governor in some aspects. In some aspects, I don't like him. But it is what it is. I'm being truthful, and I'm not going to fuzz around about it. And I can't comment a lot about it. I'm sorry because of the company I work for. But that's pretty much what I got going, buddy. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you much. I appreciate your opinion there. That's what it's all about. Well, speaking of the trucking community and the driver wages, that was part of testimony last week. We shared Louis Pugh, Mike Schremer, one of the contributing writers for Landline Friday, put out the fact that truck drivers are more often than not paid by the mile rather than by the hour that your time isn't valued. It may take a truck driver 70 hours a week to make what workers from other industries take home in 40 hours. To make matters worse, truck drivers are exempt from being paid overtime for worked beyond 40 hours. This whole issue of detention time, the unproductive time wasted at shippers and receivers waiting to be unloaded, continues to increase. And many of these truck drivers not paid for those hours due to the federal regulation exempting employee drivers from overtime pay. Dr. Eleanor Holmes Norton of D.C. Asked Louis, as well as the International Brotherhood of Teamsters representative that was there to testify, why do drivers leave the industry? Of course, Louis said, first and foremost, it's pay. There's plenty of research, plenty of studies out there. The pay is drivers' top concern. Actually, this past year, it was pay and parking. Truckers' pay has not kept up with inflation since the 70s, and continues to go down. And like I mentioned in my testimony, truck drivers are exempt from overtime, which is ridiculous. If you're working 70, 80 hours a week, every week, to which the Teamsters representative said, I think we fundamentally agree with Mr. Pugh there. I think low wages for very hard work is the biggest issue that we face when it comes to driver retention. So as we know, Representative Van Drew advocated for the removal of that overtime exemption, co-sponsoring the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act from the previous congressional section, asked his colleagues to support the bill, which he plans to reintroduce in this session. I, for one, do rise in support of removing the exemption under the Fair Labor Standards Act, he said. It denies truckers guaranteed overtime pay. Any other industry or business, when you work hours and hours over your regular time, you get paid overtime. It's only fair. And truck drivers work harder than just about anybody else. So it would make it even more fair. And, of course, last topic was the truck parking issue, which we've addressed several times. The lack of parking nationwide, crisis levels for years now. That's where Representative Mike Bost says we've introduced the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. Ask Louis Pugh about the amount of stress that the lack of truck parking places on truck drivers, to which he said it is very stressful. I don't know if anyone's ever gone on vacation and neglected to make hotel arrangements. You're trying to find a place to sleep, and it's hard. And that happens to normal people. This happens to truck drivers every day. Can't find a place that they want to take a break. And I can attest, years ago, the wife and I had made the trek to Myrtle Beach. We had reservations for like a full week. But somehow timing it worked out where I could leave a day early. So here we get down there, and no one had any, couldn't find a damn room anywhere. I think it was one of them, one of those big, either a bike week, something was going on, but the hotels were booked. So, ended up sleeping at the Welcome Center out in the parking lot. And that's back when I had my old Camaro. Luckily the kids weren't with us, so we were able to, lay the seats back, but trying to sleep in the car. And of course, when the sun came up bright and early, it didn't take any time before it was hotter than hell in the car. And ended up, I think we ended up spending spent the night in the parking lot, then ended up having to wait till like 2 p.m. before we could check into that hotel. I remember that distinctly. That was painful. All right, Sundance Kid is on board. Happy Monday.
Hey, Mr. Summers, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. The best day of the week, right?
I know it. I love it. That means I'm alive and ready to work another week. All right. Well, on the Durham report, I got a couple of things I'd like to talk about, but let's start with the Durham report. If you were accused of something and you know you're innocent, and you know that if you can prove that you're innocent, wouldn't you have the people that are working on the Durham report working like triple time to get it done so that it would prove that, it's a lie?
Are you asking why did it take 4 years to get it done?
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, Trump was president, and he's in charge of the people investigating. So why would he not, like, every waking minute of the day after he's done the nation's business, have these people working triple time to get this done?
Best of my understanding, Sundance is he was and he did He assigned William Barr, which I remember distinctly that I thought William Barr was a good, upstanding individual that was going to get to the bottom of things. You remember that? And then William Barr kind of turned on Trump. I don't know what happened or what caused that, but he kicks the can down the road and gives it to Durham, and it's taken 4 years. I don't know how difficult it was for Durham to be able to get a hold of a whole lot of the documentation. If you recall, I mean, there were agents, FBI, and individuals that he wanted to speak to that refused to speak to him. It was very difficult for him to get the information.
Well, I mean, if I'm Trump and if they're having a problem, I'll be like, okay, let's call everybody in here. Let's get this done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but every time he every time he turned around, there was someone on his staff or someone in that White House that was stabbing him in the back, leaking information from the White House. I mean, it's believe it or not, there were Trump haters that were working in the White House.
Well, okay, well, I'd get rid of them too. I mean, I'm in charge. I'm large and in charge. I'm taking care of business. But, I mean, if you could prove it politically, you're going to beat Joe Biden, no problem. But that's the first subject, just from the ponder. All right, the second thing, Reagan. There's a speech that he made during his campaign that I think started the divide in this country. Because I never, growing up, I was... in 1980, I was 14. So I'm looking at it, and he's having this speech about the welfare queen. You remember that speech?
See, I like you, would have been 16 at the time. So I didn't pay much attention to politics. No, not really.
Me neither. But I remember the speech. You remember the speech I'm talking about?
I do not, no.
The welfare. Oh, okay. Well, it was the welfare queen that's living on welfare, driving a Cadillac, got 6 kids. And that's the story we still get today. And it was a thing to where we could blame somebody else for why we're not doing good is because they're getting that and I'm having to pay for that.
Well, I do remember the song entitled "Welfare Cadillac." We used to play that. You remember that, though, the Welfare Cadillac?
Yeah. So it was all. It all started with that speech. But before that, there was no racial thing that I was going through, and I went to school with about 60-40 split, and we never had a problem. But later on, when I got in the military in '86, it started coming up more and more. And we were having issues. All right. But then Reagan also, we're talking about truck and pay. All right. Right when Reagan came in, they deregulated, and it was all part of the plan. And today, union drivers get overtime pay. After 40 or after 8 hours a day, they get overtime. They get paid by the hour. They get paid for everything they do. But now, when Reagan come in, there was probably 400 union companies in the trucking industry. Now, there's about 3. And they're covering everything from all the pensions and everything. So, but we have people that will vote and talk bad about a union, even on this channel, when that's probably the best thing that could ever happen to y'all again. But, okay, so I've got my GPS in my truck. And it tells me what I average over my average moving time is about 62 miles an hour. That's how fast I average when I'm driving. And now, if you look at my average speed over time, I can only average 33 miles an hour, okay, because of the 10-hour break.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And if you don't run right after your 10-hour break, that time, and people can look at the GPS, it might say 28, 27 miles an hour. But so if people, okay, and a 7-hour work week in trucking is 8 days. So you gave up the weekend, so you can only do 70 hours 3 times a month and get enough time to have the weekends off if you're over the road. So, and that's 8 3/4 hours a day without ever running out of time. So if you run, so you got to base it, if you can run 60 miles an hour, 8 hours a day, that's what you need to base your rates on. And I'll tell you the simplest way is whatever the price of diesel is what you have to run per mile loaded to make enough money. You can make $100,000 if you go by that formula. And no fuel surcharge, no nothing. Just if the fuel is $5 a gallon, you have to run for $5 a mile loaded, and you will never go broke. You will never have to worry about bankruptcy. Everybody get enough. But if you start cutting that, if you start going down to $3 when fuel's $5, that $2 a mile you just took off was out of your pay because your truck payment's the same, your insurance is the same, your maintenance is the same, and it's coming out of your pocket. So every dollar you take out of your pocket is what is subtracted from $100,000.
Well, isn't that what we were talking about last week when it comes to the brokers and the spot rates right now? The spot rates are nowhere near per mile. With diesel fuel is down from where it was, but
Right.
the rates are nowhere near the price of a gallon of diesel.
Right. Well, see, and that's the problem. See, I'm going to Washington probably February. I'm in a case right now where the company I work for was taking my fuel surcharge off of my load and then putting it back on. Made no sense. I said, what if the fuel surcharge goes to $2 a mile and the rate's $2? I'm getting 70% of zero, and then I get the fuel surcharge back. So I show I'm only getting the fuel surcharge. These brokers and these companies are just stealing the drivers blind. And I'm going to tell you this, these companies cannot haul, the people, the shippers and stuff, they cannot haul it for less than $8 a mile. If they go out and buy a truck, put a driver in it, they cannot haul it for less than $8 a mile. So you got them where you need them. You invested your money. You there?
All right. Hey, it gets kind of complicated and kind of convoluted, but like I said, if you're running off the load boards, right, and that's what Grump was, kind of complaining, explaining. And then they're waiting for the next guy to call and bid lower, and ultimately, I don't know. Is it the fact that somebody's looking for a backhaul while someone else is looking for that front run? The backhaul, they always talk about, well, if I could just make enough to cover the cost of fuel, I'll be okay. I've heard that millions of times over the years, but anyway, moving on to, yes, I do have an Android phone, and kind of found it interesting. Overall, they say Android devices have earned a mixed reputation when it comes to security. While the operating system itself and Google's Pixels have stood up over the years against some software exploits, the never-ending flow of malicious apps in Google Play and vulnerable devices from some third-party manufacturers have really tarnished their image. Well, last Thursday, that image was further tarnished after two reports that said multiple lines of Android devices actually came with pre-installed malware that could not be removed without users taking some sort of heroic measures. First report came from a security firm known as Trend Micro. Researchers following up on a presentation delivered at the Black Hat Security Conference in Singapore reported that as many as 8.9 million phones, comprising as many as 50 different brands, were infected with malware. First documented by researchers from the security firm Sophos, Gorilla, as they named the malware, was found in 15 malicious apps that Google actually allowed into its Play market. Gorilla opens a back door that causes infected devices to regularly communicate with a remote command and control server to check if there's any new malicious updates for them to install. These malicious updates collect data about the users that the threat actor, which, according to Trend Micro, calls the Lemon Group, they can sell to advertisers. Gorilla then surreptitiously installs aggressive ad platforms that can deplete your battery reserves and degrade the user experience. Yeah, they had a whole write-up about it, and then there was yet another report, a second report published by TechCrunch that detailed several lines of Android-based TV boxes sold through Amazon that were laced with the malware. Yeah, the TV boxes reported to be T95 models with an H616 report to a command and control server. And just like the Gorilla servers, they can install any application that the malware creators want. All right, Android devices that come with malware straight out of the factory box are pretty rare, but it's nothing new. They've reported on such incidents at least 5 times in recent years. All right, we're going to get to a news break coming up here. So, I mean, it doesn't say anything what to do. They do say there's, to date, never been any reports of the higher-end Android devices coming with malware pre-installed. I guess it's the cheaper lines of product. All right, get our final hour coming up here. Room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. President Biden will meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Monday ahead of a looming default deadline.
McCarthy says the president agreed to a one-on-one meeting during a call as Biden headed back to Washington from the G7 summit.
First, we talked a lot about his trip over there and some of the positive things that have taken place. Then we spent a lot of time talking about the debt ceiling, where we currently are.
McCarthy described the conversation as productive.
What we agreed to do is we're going to have Congressman Garrett Graves and Patrick McHenry get back together.
Staff level talks are set to reconvene ahead of discussions between Biden and McCarthy. I'm Dave Collins.
Meantime, Senator Ted Cruz says the possible use of the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling is, quote, legally frivolous.
Joe Biden can ensure that we don't default on the debt. He has ample authority to do that, and to do that right now by saying we're going to pay the interest on the debt.
Speaking on Fox News Sunday, the Texas Republican was referring to a constitutional amendment that would allow President Biden to raise the debt ceiling without congressional approval. A father is dead and his 2 kids were injured after a grenade exploded inside an Indiana home. The hand grenade went off when someone reportedly pulled the gun. Both of his children were hospitalized with shrapnel wounds. A shooting at a lounge in Kansas City, Missouri left 3 people dead. Kansas City police say officers who arrived on the scene just before 1:30 on Sunday morning found 5 people who had been shot. New York Mayor Eric Adams is addressing the migrant crisis his city is facing. Adams criticized the federal government, saying they're providing only $30 million for a $4 billion problem. He also said Republicans have failed to deal with immigration reform for, quote, far too many years. The Powerball jackpot is growing. Monday night's jackpot in the multi-state lottery game is worth $179 million. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A new study shows that we're hanging on to our cars longer than ever.
According to Edmunds.com, the average price of a new car, truck, or SUV is about $48,000. That's about 24% more than the average cost before the pandemic. And the interest rate on a typical auto loan these days is around 7%. The combination means we're driving the cars we have longer. S&P Global Mobility pegs the average age of the car on the road today at a record 12 and a half years. I'm Lance Pry.
A new Pink Panther movie may soon be coming to a theater near you. Variety reports Eddie Murphy is taking part in negotiations to star as Inspector Clouseau in a new version of the MGM comedy mystery property. The franchise began in 1963 with Peter Sellers portraying the bumbling French police detective. Steve Martin also had the role in 2006. Another prominent name is withdrawing from this year's French Open. Multiple reports say Britain's Andy Murray will not be competing at Roland Garros as he looks to prepare for Wimbledon. Murray last competed on the red clay back in 2020 and has only played in the tournament once since 2017. He'll join defending champion Rafael Nadal, who is also skipping the Grand Slam event. Miley Cyrus says she is retiring from playing large venues. The pop star telling British Vogue, quote, "There's no connection, there's no safety. It's also not natural." I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much as we get that final hour off and rolling here on a Monday. If you wind it down the month of May here, Memorial Day weekend coming on next weekend. And all the stories about biological men participating in women's sporting events. It's topic of discussion, high schools, colleges, all over the country. Well, we had one such event that took place in Colorado, I guess, over the weekend. Two women who took second and third place in a cycling race appear to have taken a stand by refusing to take the podium or the stand after a man claiming to be a woman took first place. Cyclist Leslie Mumford, a man who transitioned in 2017, won the 100-mile race this past day, beating out 13 women in the 40 to 49-year-old age group. However, when it came time to visit the winner's podium, Mumford found himself standing alone on the number one platform because the women who won second and third didn't show up. Yeah, neither the second place Lindsay Crete nor the third place Michelle Van Sickle said it. They didn't say anything publicly as to why they skipped the ceremony. And I think it's pretty self-evident and apparent. Yeah, Mumford, they say, Mumford was bewildered. Why the women declined to stand next to him for the photo op. I'm quoting here, I have no idea why so many people bailed before the podiums, but they did. I swear I wasn't the only one in my age group. No, there were 13 other women behind you. Now, here's the kicker. Mumford literally blew his female opponents out of the water in this race. He beat the second place cyclist by 17 minutes and the third place cyclist by a half an hour. Now, what's even more interesting is this race did have a non-binary category, but Mumford preferred to compete against women. Many via social media praising the two women who skipped the podium. Yeah, a silent protest. The women refusing to stand on the podium with the man, well done, said another. That was actually a 3-time Olympian and 2-time medalist at the Tour de France. Enough is enough, says Riley Gaines. Yeah, the former NCAA swimmer who's launched a campaign to protect women's sports. All right. Empty podium, except for the male, who naturally finished atop all the women in the women's category, despite there being the non-binary/trans category that he easily could have competed in. Keep it up, girls. I think that was the quote from Riley Gaines. But Now, does this individual? I mean, they've got the photos, and I mean, he's all big smiles, got his hands like he's thrilled to death. Yeah, I beat I beat the other women. Is that something to be proud of? You have to question. I just can't grasp it. Well, what's going on, Heat Wave?
Well, I tell you what, yeah, he can't understand why. Or he said it like, I can't understand why the other women wouldn't join me up here.
Mm-hmm.
And I finished on top of them all. Yeah. Oh, please, good night. We have completely lost our damn minds out here. Okay, why, after all this time, is Eric Adams now complaining and bringing up the border situation? Oh, because Governor Abbott was sending him all the illegal aliens. Well, you're a sanctuary city, man. And if you're complaining about not having enough money to care for, well, they got 15, 20,000 that are over there, what the hell you think was going on to the border states prior to you griping about it? A crisis in New York City, does not mean that it just now happened. It's been happening all this time. And was he blaming Republicans for not getting the immigration laws redone? Is that what I heard during the break?
I don't know that he was blaming Republicans. He said, you said the president and the White House have failed New York City. He was interviewed, I guess, on Face the Nation. And you don't have access to federal dollars to deal with the migrants. But the administration has pledged $30 million to deal with those arrivals. Why is there a discrepancy here? And he said, I don't think that's a discrepancy. We've spent over $1 billion, projected to spend close to $4.3 billion, if not more. I have to see further. I haven't seen whether who he's trying to blame it on.
Well, I mean, we've been screaming and hollering ever since Biden got in and said, we're stopping the wall. Well, you're just inviting people, air quotes around inviting, by not securing the damn border. Well, what the hell did you expect? That's the reason why I said, if he gets reelected, then we might as well go ahead and throw our hands up. And that was another thing. After 5-7 was on there, I called him up, and we were in disagreeing with each other's opinion. And then finally he says, well, we'll just agree to disagree. And I says, yeah, no matter how wrong you are, I'll agree to disagree with you. So it's just one thing after another with that boy. And as far as trucking, yeah, I'm out here, but I mean, after 8 hours of my butt sitting in the seat on the road, I don't get overtime. Maybe what he was talking about was the people that are on the docks or the mechanics or whatnot. Maybe that's what he was talking about. I don't, I get paid by miles, and then I get paid hourly whenever we're sitting at a terminal waiting for a load. And we also get paid for fueling. And if we have to string up our own set, we get paid for that. But I mean, it's not like I get 8 hours and then I get 4 more hours on top of that. No, it doesn't work that way. And if he can tell me which company it is that does that, I'll gladly apply to that union company that'll actually do all that kind of good stuff. Now, on holidays, yeah, we get 8 hours, paid holiday, like New Year's, Memorial Day, 4th of July, big major holidays like that. And if we happen to be working on that day, yeah, we'll get paid what they call a premium. And it's your 8 hours, whatever you did, that day, plus an extra 4 hours for actually being working on that day. So, we get paid pretty good. And, you can make $1 million out here driving a truck. First thing is you got to start off with $2 million.
Right.
I'll be here all week. Tip your waitress as well. Oh, and I also put a post on your fan page, and I couldn't believe it when I pulled into the Loves, and I just posted the pictures and says I'll leave it there, so y'all can go ahead and take a look-see at it and see what all I was talking about. So with that, I'll bid you find out you, and have yourself a good night.
All right. Thank you for the update, and hopefully you'll get some good news on Lady Heatwave here later this morning.
I hope so, too.
Yep. All right. Yep. You'll keep us informed, right? All right, looking at 16 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And we did actually get some, could be, maybe some positive news about the proposed environmental regulations impacting the trucking industry. You had that subcommittee hearing in the House of Representatives where they questioned the EPA's proposed new standards. So there is now a question of whether these new rules are actually going to stay in place. Last Wednesday, the Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Energy Policy, and Regulatory Affairs held a hearing regarding the latest proposed emission standards for heavy trucks that would require a quarter of new heavy-duty trucks sold in the U.S. to be all electric by 2032. The number goes up to 67% for passenger vehicles. During the hearing, committee Republicans cast doubt on the standards. Specifically, they said they do not believe the EPA has the authority to make such rules. Chairman Pat Fallon of Texas pointed out that the executive branch carries out laws, but it does not create them. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania was a bit more candid in his approach, saying, quote, "What the hell does the government think it has the right? Where does it get the right to ban gas stoves, gas vehicles, certain types of clothing? Who are those people?" In his testimony, Steve Bradbury, distinguished fellow at the Heritage Foundation, pointed out several problems with the EPA's proposed emission standards. He explained that only the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has the authority to establish fuel economy standards for new vehicles that are offered for sale to private buyers. Other issues he brought up. Number 2, all Americans will be harmed by price increases, but the biggest losers will be lower-income Americans who cannot afford to buy an electric vehicle or to pay more for a gas-powered vehicle at the dealership, as well as those who live in rural areas and need to drive longer distances, for whom the electric vehicle would be impractical. You're destroying jobs in the U.S. auto industry. The loss of popular new vehicle options and significant price increases at the dealership will mean fewer new vehicles will be purchased, almost certainly far fewer than the EPA is predicting. Next, you're going to cause more deaths and serious injuries on America's highways. As these new vehicle models become unaffordable and unappealing, many American families will shift to driving older and older used cars. And the age of the nation's auto fleet will rise dramatically. And worsening air quality and increasing global carbon emissions. How could that be? I mean, this is all about the Green New Deal. We're going green, right? What do you mean, more emissions? Well, these minerals and components that we use in electric vehicle batteries are mostly processed or manufactured in China using power generated from coal. While the United States has achieved huge reductions in carbon dioxide emissions by converting coal-fired plants to natural gas, China's carbon emissions are growing rapidly because of their heavy reliance on coal. And these new rules from the EPA will only accelerate that dynamic. That's exactly what I was trying to say last week. For every reduction that we are successfully implementing here, other countries, China, India, African countries, they're increasing their emissions. That's counteracting and even increasing the global emissions issue. Several stakeholders have pushed back on the proposed emission standards, while most Americans remain hesitant to purchase an electric vehicle. I don't know, maybe a little bit of common sense coming out of Washington, D.C. Based on those questions, who delegates this authority to the Environmental Protection Agency? Who made you Lord and Master? That was a good question. All right, would that be Bruce on board? I believe it is.
Chris, Steve, a little bit Howard. Speaking of that, the president of Toyota said the other day that he refuses to build an electric car. He said if all of Japan went to electric cars, that the smog would be unbearable because most of their electricity goes from coal. And New York is worse than California these days. They just banned gas stoves and gas furnaces in new construction, and that goofy governor said, "Well, this is the way improvements are made. We used to use coal, but we still use coal. 20% of our electricity comes from coal." I wanted to touch on they have a state law that they have to provide housing for all the homeless. So Adams is up there. He's spending $200 a night on motel rooms for all these illegal aliens. Sliwa has an overnight show on the weekend, and he says there's just one motel there. All these bankrupt motels or hotels, they're reopening them. He says they got a $250 million contract with one hotel for 3 years, and it amounts to $200 a night. It's like 3 times what they made per year when they were open as the hotel. It's ridiculous. And they're throwing out, he says they're throwing out, there's one hotel, there was a veterans shelter, and they threw up the veterans and moved into illegal aliens.
Yeah, we touched on that. Somebody brought that up last week. Homeless veterans, I can't remember the name of the organization that was, I think they were paying like, what, $69 a night for them, but the government offered to pay them double that. So they kicked out the homeless vets.
I know, that place is crazy. But, yeah, well, there's a Supreme Court ruling as far as this. The EPA already got shot down on that. They're not allowed to ban coal. I think that was the one ruling. They said, that needs to be a law. Congress wants to pass that law, but you can't just do that with regulation. So they should be able to get somewhere with that if they have enough people to stand up for it.
Exactly.
But I just wanted to throw that in. That's crazy what they're doing up there.
All right. Well,
$4 billion.
And that's just New York alone. I mean, and look at the numbers. I think New York has had about the latest note, like 70,000 have relocated to New York City. And the report yesterday said 42,000 right now. 42,000 are receiving care from the city. We've received several days last week alone, over 900 a day. A week, over 2 weeks, 4,200 in 1 week. And when you look at the price tag, $30 million comes nowhere near what the city of New York is paying for a national problem. Yeah, well, you know what? Adams, get a hold of Mayorkas, because he said the border is secure. Get a hold of Biden. Well, hell, Kamala Harris is the border czar. Yeah, she hadn't even been down there. You can't find her with a search warrant. We're projected, Adam said, we're projected to spend close to $4.3 billion, if not more, based on the number of migrants that are currently in the city. And the numbers are clearly increasing, he said. Hey, well, what can I say? Yeah, it's your Democrat leadership, and you kind of brought it on yourself, declaring yourself as a sanctuary city. And those immigrants know where the sanctuary cities are. Welcome aboard.
USA News Update. The White House and Republicans are expected to resume debt ceiling talks on Monday, with a deadline to default approaching. Senator Ted Cruz says the possible use of the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling is, quote, legally frivolous. Cruz also noted that Barack Obama rejected using the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling when he was president. Republican Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina is set to announce his presidential campaign on Monday. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is likely to make his announcement for a White House bid by midweek. Brooks Koepka has his 5th major title and his 3rd PGA championship he won on Sunday. Defending champ Justin Thomas finished tied for 65th place. A SpaceX rocket blasted off from Florida's Kennedy Space Center on Sunday afternoon with a live crew. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, on a back-to-work Monday. Best day of the week. Hey, we did not hear from Captain Ron on the best day of the week. Was he snoozing on a Monday? I wonder he loves Mondays. Yeah, we've had discussion. Most recently, it was the conversation about the bobtail that went into the Buc-ee's location there. And supposedly were literally escorted out of the store and told you can't purchase anything here. We do not allow trucks. Angered a lot of truck drivers. Yeah, total separate from that story. Someone shared this past morning. I guess it's the advertisement, like the billboard thing, showing where a new location is being built. Buc-ee's coming soon to Smith Grove. It's got the job titles and the pay. Cashiers, gift, warehouse, and grocery stockers starting at $17 an hour. If you like to clean the crappers, the restroom crew, that would be $19 an hour. Food service and car wash, $20 an hour. Team leaders make $19 to $22 an hour. Full-time employees, no experience necessary. Full-time is 35 to 50 hours a week. Assistant general manager, $100,000 plus. Car wash manager, $125,000 plus. Food service manager, $125,000 to $175,000 plus. General manager can make anywhere from $150,000 to $225,000 a year. 401k plan offered 100% match up to 6%. 3 weeks paid time off annually. You can use it, you can cash it, you can roll it. Health care benefits. I mean, if you get a general manager or a car wash manager, but you make a pretty damn good living there working at Buc-ee's. Wow. All right, let's see. Sundance is back. I think he's got an answer for Heat Wave. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tell Heat Wave that he don't have to put in an application anywhere because doesn't he work for Yella?
Yes.
YRC?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the guys that go out and pick up and deliver locally every day get time and a half after 8 hours a day. So he don't have to change. He just has to get off the road, but he can go locally, be home every day, and do his time. And anything after 8, he gets time and a half at YRC because they're a union company, and he works for a union company.
So how do you? I mean, because I know when you go in with these union deals, you got to start somewhere. You got to start like on the load board or whatever. And I don't know how long does it take to get up. No.
Well, that's if you run over the road. Now, if you go into the city, they don't hire people. Just you might go casual for a little bit, but a lot of them they can't find drivers, so they're hiring them straight off the street anymore. So that's the old way of doing things. I mean, I worked for ABF for 14 years before I left because the pension plan wasn't going to be in place. But thanks to Joe Biden, that got shored up by taxpayers. I hate it, did that, but the Democrats did look out for the union pension. But yeah, I mean, no, you can go in there. Now, you will start at 80% of top pay, and it takes, and every 6 months, you get another 5%. So you'll start out at 80% of full pay. You'll get 85% after 6 months. You'll get 90 after a year. You'll get 95 after 18 months, and you'll be at top pay in 2 years. They're going through contract negotiations right now, so they're fixing to get a raise. But ABF is around 27, 24, I believe, right now, an hour. Time and a half after 8 each day. Pension, health care, it's a good job, but and home every day. But see, Heat Wave gets about, I think he should be probably around 60 cents a mile, but he gets his $27 an hour when he stops and fuels up and all that stuff, or he's waiting at the dock. Or if he breaks the set down, he gets, for every time he pulls a pin, he gets $50. So if he pulls his back trailer to drop his back trailer, he gets $50 for that. He gets another $50 to drop his gear. You know, he can make $200 dropping and hooking a set of doubles. So he gets paid very well. But like I said, he can do it locally, where the guys that go out and get all the freight that he puts in his trailer that goes down the road from terminal to terminal, those guys at his company get time and a half after 8. But he gets paid like $36, averaging 60 miles an hour. So he gets about $8 more an hour than they do. But that's how that works. But and y'all talking about the EVs, we're not going to be on the Elon Musk, who's probably the richest man in the world, I believe, right now, besides the people that we don't know about. he's invested in the EV market. Okay.
Oh yeah.
He must be doing something right. All right. So he's got these machines and buildings, and you can look up him and I think it's DiCaprio or Matt Damon one. They're having a conversation. They can build a building probably the size of probably about 6 football fields in a state, and that building can hold enough power to run all the electricity for all these vehicles at one time.
I've been seeing some of this stuff on like social media that Elon Musk has some sort of new discovery or something. I'm not familiar with what that's all about, but I'll have to dig more into that. You know, like Elon Musk. Have you seen any of that stuff on social media where he's developed something where electricity could be free? So I don't know if that's blowing smoke or what it is, but yeah, I'll do some more research. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Heatwave.
Hey, thank you very much there, Sundance. I appreciate the answer there. But what you're talking about is actually this overweight 56-year-old working for a living. I don't want to do that. I just want to drive. So anyways, I do appreciate that. Yeah, you can. The only thing that would happen there, Steve, is if someone were to do that, go from OTR to P&D, pickup and delivery, you would lose your seniority. That's the way I understood it. Because if someone from the dock wants to work or P&D wants to work OTR, they would actually have to quit and then apply for anyways, the way I understood it was you would lose your seniority, then you have to start at the bottom and work your way back up. But yeah, no, I didn't realize that's what it is. And I tell you what, some of the numbers he was throwing out, I don't know. Out here, we get paid differently. I don't know what the East Coast people get, but like Central States, if they have to hook up their own set, they get like 3 hours is what they get paid for. If we hook up our set, it's like a half hour. I mean, you would think that these union contracts would be, across the board the same, and they're not. But yeah, I just wanted to call back and thank Sundance for telling me how I could do that, getting the extra money there. So that's all I was going to do.
All right.
So I do appreciate Yep. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good morning. Thank you, sir. All right. So the Chat GPT. Anybody delved into that? I know that's the artificial intelligence thing that's been making lots and lots of headlines. Yeah, it could ultimately spell out the end of the world, according to some. Anyway, Chat GPT, as of like late last week, now a smartphone app, which could be good news for people who like to use the artificial intelligence chatbot. Bad news for all the clone apps that have tried to profit off of the technology. The free app started to become available on iPhones in the U.S. last Thursday and will later be coming to Android phones. Now, it says, unlike the web version, you can also ask it questions using your voice. The company that makes it, OpenAI, said it will remain ad-free, but syncs your history across devices. Starting our rollout in the U.S., we will expand to additional countries in the coming weeks, according to the blog post, which is described in the App Store as the official app by OpenAI. It's been more than 5 months since OpenAI released this Chat GPT to the public. Excitement for some, alarm for others, its ability to generate convincingly human-like essays, poems, form letters, conversational answers to almost any question. Yeah, but the company never seemed to be in a hurry to get it onto the phones, where most people today actually do access the internet. Yeah, that helped fuel the rise of clones built on the same or similar technology, some of which the security firm Sophos described as fleeceware. Yeah, to push unsuspecting users toward enrolling in a free trial that converts into a recurring subscription, or to use intrusive advertising techniques. So I guess if you want to use it, make sure you're doing the official app by OpenAI. And 15 before the hour. Well, good morning, Knucklebuster. What kind of bull?
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. What's the internet? I don't have any idea what that stuff is. You know, I was camping one time, and I had my dog fence up there, and this old man come by and want to know where I got that dog fence at, and I said, off of Amazon. He said, what's Amazon? I just busted out laughing. You know, that was hilarious there. But anyway, I always pick on them Union Freight haulers. You know, even every time I pick on them, our heat wave calls me baloney slinger, right?
Yeah.
That's a good name for me, I guess. I drive a 2004 F-150. I'm gonna drive that thing till the day it dies. That's my old work truck there. Probably put a new motor in it after that too. I bought Tennessee 2019 Chevy Silverado there, so that's what she likes driving. One of her customers yesterday bought a brand new bow tie SUV for $67,000, Steve.
Wow.
She called her to get insurance on it, and she asked him, said, did you tell your wife to park on the grass and avoid the mailbox? He said that was the first thing I told her. Steve Summers, just getting close to quitting time. I'll shut my big mouth up here so somebody else can get in right quick there. Have a great morning. I'll talk to you after the show.
Thank you, sir. Have a good morning. And, yep, happy Monday. Thanks for checking in. We'll be back. It's 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I had punched over to the discussion board, and Norman chimed in something about, he said, it turns out that story out in New York about the homeless vets being evicted so they could, now the hotels could get an extra $100 a night from the government to house illegals was apparently not true. Now, Newsweek did, well, you can still find it. Newsweek has a link to the story, sharing that last week. But I guess over the weekend, it looks like Saturday this came out from the same Newsweek publication, says, I guess, correction, hotels not evicting homeless veterans for migrants. Claims that New York hotels were kicking out vets to make space for migrants. Apparently made up by the head of a veteran nonprofit organization, according to the New York Post. Last week, Newsweek was among the media which covered claims made by Sharon Tony Finch, the head of the nonprofit veteran organization, the foundation that over a dozen homeless vets staying at hotels in upstate New York had been served eviction notices to make space for migrants. They'd suggested the swap was financially motivated, as the hotels stood to make an additional profit of $100 a night on average by housing migrants rather than veterans. So yes, we shared that story as well, and someone brought that up this morning. And I had not heard contrary, so thank you, Norman. All right, these veterans were promised temporary housing for a month, Finch said. 20 vets were kicked out by the Crossroads Hotel in Newburgh, 5 by the Super 8 and Hampton Inn and Suites in Middletown, north of Manhattan. All right, so I guess going a long story short, a Republican lawmaker representing a part of Orange County spoke to Newsweek, accused the longtime advocate of lying. This is Brian Mayer, Republican again, representing Orange County, New York, said that the last Thursday, Finch, a veteran herself, admitted to him that she made up the claims once the details of her story started unraveling. I asked her to give her permission to the bank to release the information, and she denied authorization. After 2 minutes, I called her back and explained how I was feeling about not being able to see that information. I asked her if that was something she had made up. That's when she really had a hard time getting the words out. Now, this is someone who I worked with over the last 3 years. She did reveal to me that this is not something that took place. Asked why she would lie about such a thing, Finch said that she had to help the veterans. But that admission following statements by the hotels that she had accused of denying the claims. Crossroads Hotel said that they never housed any veterans associated with YIT. All right, so yeah, I guess that was all breaking news late last week that I was not aware. So I guess we stand corrected, and we will not pass that story along once again. Thank you very much. Norman, good to hear from you, though. Who else we got on board? Norman said he didn't get out to Washington for spring halibut fishing this year because of his shoulder. But he is going to get out to do some salmon fishing later on this summer. Truck and Phil on a Monday. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secretation, and, as always, the great product of Staybill. Fort Wayne headed for a high of 79 today, 78 in Sterling Heights. So here we kick off another week, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Everybody have a safe week. Semper Fi. Again, there's Truck and Phil. Steve is in Columbus, who says, good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Well, here we are again. That least favorite day of the week. Hope everybody had a good weekend, because we sure did. The weather sure permitted for a nice weekend. I guess it's time to pour the coffee, get in the car, let's head into town, see what kind of goodies we can find in the trash today. Maybe that gold bar I've been looking for might just show up this time around. Everybody enjoy the day. I kind of wonder for the trash haulers. Yeah, they always say like one man's trash is another man's treasure. You ever find some really good items when picking up the trash on any given day? I know I've thrown a few things out over the years that I saw my trash guy pop open that lid and say, ooh, and put it up in the front of the truck like, that's not going to the landfill. All right, we only got about a minute left, but 5-7's trying to chime in. See if I can squeeze him in real quick. Go ahead real quick.
Okay, Captain Ron. He's in the hospital bed right now.
Really?
Recovering, I guess. Yes, he gastro issues or whatever. Didn't know what it was, so I'm going to say it for him. We have just made it through the first best day of the week, Monday, for Captain Ron. So, he, them gyrenes,
Yeah. Okay. So there's everything going to be okay though, right? He's going to be all right.
Everything was still exploratory right now. I'm going to encourage him to call in, if not get permission to carry on anything else.
All right. I'm glad I was able to squeeze that in. All right. So, hey, there we do have to close it out here on a Monday. Be safe out there, and we'll see you back again tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I